Hello everyone. Please make yourself comfortable. We have a lot of stories, legendary or real, to explore tonight. And I'm going to begin right now with a German tale, the story of Dr. Johann Faust. Once upon a time, a good Christian family from the province of Weimar, in the center of Germany, had a son who grew up showing good abilities at sciences, mathematics, medicine, astronomy. He mastered them. And his curiosity also brought him to the occult, darker forms of knowledge, like sorcery, prophecy, and necromancy, a form of magic involving communication with the dead. Although he knew the Holy Scriptures and was raised a good Christian, Johann Faust, that was his name, also showed little interest for moral principles, and he had an ambition to acquire more knowledge and wealth that seemed to know no limits. As his knowledge of dark sciences progressed, Johann came to believe that in order to get always more, he needed to come into contact with the devil. And he knew how. One night, he went to a crossroads in the depth of a forest near Wittenberg, where he lived, an isolated place where no one could be foolish enough to wander at night. Under the pale light of the moon, he traced certain circles he had seen in ancient and forbidden books of spells, and he used these circles to conjure up the devil. Soon enough, a strong wind appeared and turned into a storm. The trees shook, lightning hit several times, and the devil revealed himself, looking angered. Faust was afraid, and realized he may have made a terrible mistake, but it was now too late to back down. When the devil asked him what he wanted, Faust replied that he was willing to enter into a pact. He asked to be served by the devil, and provided with any information he would request, giving him universal knowledge. The devil would never be allowed to give him any false or misleading information for the duration of this pact, which would extend for as long as he should live. The devil was quick to agree on these demands, on the condition that Faust would promise to surrender his body and soul at the expiration of 24 years, and to renounce his Christian faith. To confirm this pact, Faust would have to sign his name in his own blood. Frightened, but also excited by the promise of universal knowledge and all the success and wealth this could bring, Faust agreed. The pact was drawn up, signed, and on this night, Faust started a new life. A life filled with comfort and luxury. Everything was now within his grasp. Fancy clothing, fine wines, sumptuous food, beautiful women. All he had to do was ask the devil, who had pledged to serve him, for the duration of the pact. Faust practiced astrology, and he became the most famous astrologer in the land, because his horoscopes never failed now that he could know the future. But what gave him most satisfaction was the possibility to discover everything he wished, as he was no longer limited by earthly constraints. He was able to travel to the most distant stars, flying, or explore the depths of hell. With this knowledge, he could impress others, including his students at the University of Wittenberg, where he was a professor. And shining, obtaining this recognition he craved for, was not the least of his pleasures. But what he could not do was revoke the 24-year limit to the pact. Despite all his fame, his fortune, and the powers that he had obtained from the devil, there was no way out. With the passing of every year, every month, every day, the term of the pact approached, and more, this thought spoiled the satisfaction he initially got from the arrangement. What was initially just an unpleasant thought turned to anxiety and melancholy, an obsession that possessed him a bit more each day. What was the value of the material and immaterial treasures he had received if he couldn't enjoy them? During the last years of the pact, the folly of his past actions became obvious to him, and he spent those years in fear of what would happen. Finally, the fatal date arrived. 24 years after that night in the forest when Faust had met with the devil, the time to pay had come. Faust had spent the past few days in bed, barely able to eat, sleep, or speak, and unaware of the reason for this, thinking he was just sick. His students had assembled at his house to take care of him. Shortly after midnight, at the precise time the pact had been signed 24 years earlier, they heard shouts coming from his room that was closed from inside. At first the shouts were terrifyingly loud, and on top of them, a storm had suddenly started around the house. Then they became weaker and weaker, until nothing could be heard. The storm ended outside, and a heavy silence fell on the house. At daybreak, the students decided to break into his room, and found nothing. The body of Johann Faust had disappeared, and who knows what had happened to his soul. This tale is from the 16th century, and since then it was readapted, modified, given different interpretations along the centuries, in Germany and abroad. This concept of a pact with evil forces in exchange for worldly rewards at the cost of a shortened life, the loss of one's soul or one's offspring, is something we tend to recognize, to be familiar with. It has been used in countless stories, and actually it didn't appear in the 16th century with the story of Faust. It has older origins. First, because the character of Faust in this legend was inspired by a real person, Johann Georg Faust, a magician and alchemist of the early 16th century, and it could also have been influenced by other characters, other real persons. And second, because this legend bears many similarities to older medieval legends and myths, like the story of Theophilus, a cleric who would also have signed such a pact with the devil. We are going to explore all this, the historical characters involved, how these legends appeared and changed, they didn't always end badly, and the persistence of this motif, this trope, the pact with the devil. So we have a lot to explore tonight. There will be history and storytelling. But before we go any further, please adjust your position and take the time to breathe normally. You can release the tension in your shoulders, and as always, this story is not going anywhere, so you can allow yourself to drift, to let go, and fall asleep. You can always return later and resume the story. The timestamps are here to help you with it, and if this is more convenient for you, you have multiple places where you can listen to my stories: Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, or Deezer. Also on Patreon, where your support is always welcome. It helps keep this channel free of ad breaks for everyone, and it keeps me going. I could never thank patrons enough for their support. It does make a difference for me. You will find links to all these in the description and the first comment. But for now, let's return to tonight's story and immerse ourselves in the Faustian legend. I told you that the fictional character of Faust had at least one predecessor, Theophilus. So let's take a look at the story of Theophilus. Theophilus was an archdeacon of Adana, a province in the Byzantine Empire in the 6th century. Archdeacon, that is to say, a high-ranking cleric just under a bishop. One day, the bishop position became vacant, and even though he had not asked for anything, Theophilus, who was very appreciated and respected, was elected as the new bishop, unanimously. But Theophilus never searched honors, and out of humility, he turned the position down. So another man was elected as a second choice and became bishop. But this new bishop resented Theophilus, whose mere existence reminded him that he had not been chosen first. So he spread rumors and acted maliciously to deprive Theophilus of his position as archdeacon. Despite never searching conflict or having bad thoughts, Theophilus' good name was dragged in the mud, and he lost his position. This was blatantly unfair, and Theophilus regretted his decision to refuse the bishop position. He turned so bitter that he contacted a necromancer that could put him in contact with the devil, with Satan. And the Dark One agreed to help Theophilus. but only if he renounced his Christian faith and the Virgin Mary in a contract signed with his own blood. Before these events, Theophilus would not even have considered it. He did not even want to be a bishop in the first place. But he had become so bitter at the unjust treatment he had received that he complied. He signed the pact. The devil gave him the position as bishop, and his good reputation was restored, as no one knew how he had obtained it. But Theophilus knew, and grew increasingly fearful for his soul. He repented, and felt genuinely sorry for signing this pact. But that was not enough to get rid of it. He began a long period of fasting and praying, and he was so sincere that after 40 days, the mother of Jesus Christ, the Virgin Mary, appeared to him. At first, not to comfort him, but to chastise him. Theophilus begged for forgiveness, and told her he would do anything to turn back time or erase his sin. Mary promised to intercede with God. His fasting lasted for 30 more days, and Mary reappeared, granting him absolution. This gave him some peace of mind, as he had been forgiven for his action. But the pact was still in force, and a few days later, to his terror, he woke up and found the contract on his chest. Satan was reminding him that the poor man still belonged to him. Theophilus tried to destroy the pact, tear it down to pieces, burn it, but it was indestructible. Desperate, he went to another bishop and confessed everything he had done, from his resentment at losing his archdeacon position to his pact with Satan. After hearing his confession, which was sincere and did not shy away from the truth, the bishop took the contract and approached the candle. The pact burned. It was finally over, and Theophilus had been delivered. Such was his joy and gratitude that he died, freed and saved. His immortal soul could rise to heaven. Did Theophilus exist as a historical character? Yes, probably. There was a bishop in Adana in the 6th century who was canonized, made a saint of the church. But this story of a pact that he is most famous for appeared after his death and is considered legendary. It could have been first spread by one of his disciples, who would have claimed to be an eyewitness to these events. But this story of the disciple may also be part of the legend. The first tangible written records of the story appeared centuries later, during the Middle Ages in the 10th century. And maybe the popularity of this particular story, which was increasingly mentioned and retold in books from the 10th to the 14th century, had to do with evolutions in theology. From the 11th century onward, in Western European Christendom, the importance of the Virgin Mary increased as a purely benevolent and comforting figure who could intercede to God to help the faithful have their prayers heard or to be forgiven. Of course, Mary was a well-known figure since the times of early Christianity, but was not necessarily often prayed to directly in the first millennium. Her importance in theology and in popular devotion grew a lot in the last centuries of the Middle Ages. Chapels were dedicated to the Virgin, cathedrals were often dedicated to her. She became very present in iconography, from paintings to sculptures, on the facades and inside medieval churches. And the Church favored and accompanied this rise in popularity that never really ended across the Catholic world. The Virgin Mary became a maternal figure, always comforting and benevolent. This is typically her role in the story of Theophilus. Her intercession saves the day, or at least saves his soul. So Theophilus was a historical character, and a legend was built upon his name. And there was also a historical Johann Faust. But who was this man? And why did a similar story of pact with the devil develop around him? The real Johann Faust was born around 1480 and died around 1540. So he lived during the very late Middle Ages and early Renaissance in Germany. It is not always easy to distinguish fact from fiction about him, because in the decades following his death, he quickly inspired stories. The first recorded ones, the written ones, are from the 1580s, about 40 years after his death. And in that respect, he reminds of another figure I told you about in a previous story, Michel de Notre Dame, Nostradamus, who also was an astrologer of the 16th century. Maybe the first name of Faust was Georg and not Johann. His birth date is also uncertain. 1480 is possible, but some scholars believe it could be earlier, around 1466, because traces of students with similar names were found in city and university archives in different places, like Ingolstadt in Bavaria or Heidelberg in Baden-Württemberg. Little is known about his early life, for the same reason as for Nostradamus. These were not important people. They were not from aristocratic or prominent families, and at the time, there were no systematic recordings of people, of ordinary individuals. They only appeared punctually in the records of a particular school or an university when they studied there, or in church records when they were baptized, when they got married or buried, sometimes courts of justice if they got in trouble or testified. But many of these records were lost, and it is difficult to track the early years of such people. But what is established is that starting in the years 1500, so he was aged somewhere between 20 and 40 at the time, he had an itinerant kind of life in the south and center of Germany. His presence was recorded in various cities, in 1506 in a town near Frankfurt, and over 3 decades in Würzburg, Heidelberg, Bamberg, Ingolstadt, and more places, where he apparently lived from performing magical tricks establishing horoscopes, and also scamming people of their money. Sometimes he presented himself as a physician or a doctor of philosophy, other times as an alchemist, an astrologer. And more than once he was denounced as a fraud and occasionally banished from several of these cities. In 1528 he was banished from Ingolstadt, and in 1532 he was denied entry in Nuremberg because of his reputation. Reports about him can be conflicting. Oftentimes he was denounced as a fraud, a few times as a sodomite, a grave accusation of homosexuality at the time. He was also suspected of having turned to Protestantism, which was another serious accusation of heresy, because the regions of Germany where he lived had remained predominantly Catholic, and the spreading of the Reformed faith was fracturing society at the time. We don't know if he converted to Protestantism, or had any real faith for that matter, or if he really enjoyed too much the company of young male students when he posed as a professor. These could be accusations thrown at him to discredit him. What is obvious is that he was a kind of outcast, but probably not a very honest one, and he had some talent of persuasion. He managed several times to establish himself in a new city and find his way to local bishops, to universities, wealthy people that he could get employment from. And the portrait is not all negative. Other records, especially in the 1530s, speak of him in good terms. For example, he was recognized as a respectable astrologer by a distinguished scholar, Joachim Camerarius, one of the most prominent intellectuals of the time in Germany. A well-known and well-established physician also praised his medical knowledge. So either he was completely misunderstood, but the quantity of fraud accusations from multiple places and people over 30 years make this a bit hard to believe, or he was a very talented scammer, or maybe over time he had acquired real knowledge. It is hard to tell. Johann Faust remains an ambiguous figure, one that is hard to reduce to an itinerant scammer. His death is dated to 1540 or 1541, and here again the circumstances are uncertain. According to some accounts, he would have died in an explosion during an alchemical experiment. Certainly because he had lived a very uncommon life, and people remembered him in the regions of Germany he had traveled. Rumors were quick to appear about him in the decades following his death. Rumors like, for example, that he traveled with a horse and a dog, and sometimes the dog would transform into a servant. Magical texts or books of spells attributed to him also appeared on the market. But there is no evidence he was their author. They could have been published with his name on them just to sell them, using his little local fame. What really made him famous, and beyond the south of Germany, was the publication in 1587 of a chapbook, that is to say, a booklet of a few pages, that contained stories about Dr. Johann Faust, the fiction character. I took the story I told you at the beginning from it. This booklet was a big success, and it established the legend of Faust in Germany and soon abroad, because it became the main source of other works. An important one that brought Faust to English-speaking audiences was a play, a tragedy, called The Tragical History of the Life and Death of Dr. Faustus, or just Dr. Faustus. It was created by Christopher Marlowe, a major playwright and poet from the Elizabethan era in England. He wrote Dr. Faustus in 1592 or 93, only 5 years after the publication of the German chapbook. And this was how Faust quickly became an international fiction character. The English audience was certainly drawn to the bit of exotism that came with it, but the main topic of the story, the pact with the devil, was not a complete discovery for the English and other people. I told you about Theophilus before, and we will see that there were other stories of the same kind already. The relatively educated audience of the theatre at the time knew all this. And later, the 1587 chapbook also became the main source of another retelling of the Faust legend, the most famous retelling, the work of German poet Goethe, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, a play in 2 parts just called Faust, and this play was written more than 200 years after the chapbook. It includes many more details and characters than the original story. Goethe took his work far beyond the relatively simple storyline of the popular legend. In the first part of the play, the focus is on the soul of Faust, sold to the devil, but in the second part, he blends mystical and philosophical topics with considerations on psychology and even history and politics. This makes his adaptation of Faust a very rich, complex, and brilliantly written work that many consider to be one of the greatest works of German literature. The 2 parts of the play are very long and have rarely been adapted together. But this work was very influential, and internationally, writers and translators from the Romantic era in the first half of the 19th century acknowledged it quickly. Phrases like Faustian Pact appeared in different languages, not necessarily to qualify literal pacts with the devil, but in a figurative sense. A Faustian pact is when you abandon your principles, when you agree to do something morally wrong, against material advantages, and implicitly there is the idea that one day serious consequences will appear after you have enjoyed the pleasant part of the deal. An element that can explain the persistence of the myth of Faust is that it can be looked at from very different angles. Superficially, it looks like a choice between good and evil, or between virtue and sin, like in the story of Theophilus. But it can also be the starting point of a psychological or even philosophical examination. Does one prefer the short or the long term? Is a good life one that is shorter and easier or more intense, or a life that is longer and possibly more difficult too? is it possible to enjoy the present knowing that death is inevitable, waiting for us at the end of the road? We cannot listen to the legend of Faust without asking ourselves what we would do in his place. And the answer can contribute to define what kind of life we want to have, what kind of person we want to be. These are questionings that any generation can relate to, whatever the time period, but in particular Romantic authors of the 19th century, when the work of Goethe was published. They never missed an opportunity to examine the meaning of their lives. On a more superficial level, Faust is also a character that evokes times of magic, mysteries. There's a touch of Gothic that comes with it, Gothic in the sense of the literary genre. Plenty of things that made him a compelling character in the 19th and 20th centuries. I told you earlier that Faust was the most famous version of this concept, this motif of the deal with the devil. We saw that Theophilus was an older example. So what other relevant examples of similar stories do we have? There are actually many, some of them appearing after the deaths of famous people, and others in cases of witchcraft trials, were accusations that took people to their death, despite their denegations. Examples of posthumous rumors of a pact with the devil even include a pope, Sylvester II, who was pope for 4 years at the turn of the millennium, between the years 999 and 1003. How did this happen? The birth name of Sylvester II was Gerbert of Aurillac. He came from Aquitaine in the southwest of France. And before his career in the church, he became a scholar and a teacher, probably one of the most cultured minds of his time, because he studied intensively mathematics and astronomy, not just based on the few preserved Latin and Greek texts that were available in Europe at the end of the 10th century. He also studied in Spain and gained access to the works of Arab scholars who had taken in more of this antique science and pushed it farther. At the time of his stay, a big part of Spain and Portugal were still under Muslim rule, and he became one of these Christian scholars. There were others too, who drew inspiration from Islamic texts, and through them rediscovered a large part of the Greek and Latin legacy that had been forgotten in Christendom. For example, Gerbert contributed to reintroduce the abacus in Western Europe, the counting frame, which was widely used in ancient times, but had disappeared in this part of the world. Or the armillary sphere, a spherical type of astrolabe that had also been lost to Latin Europe since the end of the Greco-Roman era. He also advocated for the introduction of the decimal numeral system, using Arab numerals, the system of numbers we still use today, with figures going from 0 to 9, and any number being a combination of them. Prior to this, Latin and Western Europe still used Latin numbers. In 969, age 23, he participated in a pilgrimage to Rome, His education was noted there by the Pope of the time, John XIII, and he became a tutor to the son of the Frankish emperor. And from there, he began a high-level career as a teacher and cleric. He became an abbot, an archbishop, and in 999 he was elected pope, which he remained until his death 4 years later. But why the rumors of an unholy pact with the devil? Sylvester II had humble social origins. They are not very well known, but he was not a noble nor rich. So his rise, his social rise, was very spectacular. But still, the rumors, the legends surrounding him only started a century later. It grew from the writings of an English monk, William of Malmesbury, and from the pamphlet of a cardinal also written decades after the death of Sylvester II, at a moment when the papacy was being disputed between different parties. Sylvester had studied Islamic documents in Spain. That was a bit suspicious. He was familiar with complicated things and concepts, such as armillary spheres. He had had this spectacular social rise. This made him a strange character for a pope. And so in their writings, they claimed that his success was the result of a pact with evil. More precisely, with a female demon called Meridiana by William of Malmesbury, who would have appeared to him after he had been rejected by his earthly love. Meridiana would have concluded a pact with him, and with her help he would have ascended in a few years from obscure and forgettable teacher to friend of the rich and powerful, to abbot, to archbishop, and finally pope. This legend was never taken very seriously, either by ulterior historians or by the Church. But since then, it has remained attached to the figure of Sylvester II. Another occurrence of a post-mortem legend like this appeared in Icelandic folklore, with a character called Saemundr Sigfússon, a priest and scholar from the 11th and 12th century who lived in Iceland. Once again, this was a real historical character who probably studied away from Iceland, possibly in France or in Germany, and later returned to his country of birth. And over time, he became a legendary, larger-than-life type of character, with many stories, and in particular stories in which he tricks the devil into doing his bidding. For example, in one story, he made a pact with the devil because he needed to return to Iceland from Europe. The devil would take the shape of a seal and carry him, but on arrival, he hit the seal on the head with a Bible and stepped ashore. This was not the only time Sigfússon escaped the devil. In other tales, he studied at a school in Rome, the Black School, where there were no schoolmasters nor professors. Every time the students required information on the dark arts of magic, which was what people learned in the Black School, books about the subject were mysteriously provided on the following day, or information was mysteriously written on the walls. The Black School did in fact belong to the devil, and studying there was dangerous, because at the end of a year, when the students left the school, the devil would keep the last one remaining. So the students had to leave all at once, all at the same time, or choose the poor guy who would have to stay while they escaped. The lot fell on Sigfússon several times, and so he was trapped in the school. But he always managed to deal with the devil. For example, once, he challenged the devil to find him in the school. He would hide, and if the devil had not found him after 3 days, he would be free to go. The devil agreed, but could not find him, and so Sigfússon could escape safely. Another time, as the students were all leaving the school, and Sigfússon was running behind them, meaning he would be caught, he sewed a leg of mutton into his cloak, just where his arm would normally be, and he kept his real arms stuck to his body. When he arrived near the exit, still running, the devil reached up to grab his cloak, but only grabbed the leg. Saemundr dropped the cloak and went through the doors to safety, leaving behind the devil with just an empty cloak and a mutton leg. These stories were told in Iceland centuries after the death of the real historical Saemundr Sigfússon, and you see that they are a bit farcical. The devil appears like a fool in them, which also illustrates that deals with the devil could be treated in a much lighter way than in the cases of Theophilus or Faust. Sylvester II and Saemundr Sigfússon are just 2 examples of a mostly fictional approach. But there were also occurrences that were way more tragic, when real people were accused of having signed pacts with the devil, and sometimes were executed for this. These accusations were regularly invoked in witchcraft trials of the early modern period, from the very end of the Middle Ages, the 15th century, to the late 17th century. The last major witch hunt, arguably the Salem witch trials, happened in the year 1690, at a time when such trials had already ended in Europe. But before, in the 16th and 17th centuries, accusations of dealings with demons that would offer supernatural powers to people in exchange for their souls or sacrifices were not uncommon. In every single case, it appears that behind these accusations there were feuds, revenges, jealousy, conflicts on property, local politics, and these accusations also often fell on outcasts or people who were different, who didn't live like the rest of their community, either because they lived in isolation or did not show enough zeal to go to the church or participate in the life of their community. I told you about the Salem witch trials in a previous story. So tonight, we're going to take a look at a lesser known, but no less spectacular witch trial that happened in France in 1634, almost 60 years before Salem, the affair of the Loudun Possessions. Loudun is a town in Poitou in the west of France, and at the time of these events it had a few thousand inhabitants, with significant Catholic and Protestant communities. In the years 1630, wars of religion in France had been over for a generation already, and there were no longer major violence. But it doesn't mean all tension had disappeared. The wars of religion had ended on a kind of compromise. The kings would be Catholic, and Roman Catholicism would remain the religion of the kingdom, but Protestants would be tolerated and have the right to practice their faith freely. This compromise had been in place for some time already, but Protestant communities still were a bit suspicious of the king's authority and decisions. During the wars of religion, during the previous century, entire towns and cities had been controlled by the Protestants, and many of them still had at the time the fortifications erected during the Middle Ages. These fortifications had been used for their defense, but now that the Civil War was over and France was restoring its economy and a degree of internal tranquility, the king was reaffirming his power. This king was Louis XIII, the 13th, and his chief minister was Cardinal Richelieu, an important statesman in the history of France, who worked to reinforce the power of the crown and centralize the state, as well as secure French influence in Europe, for example by intervening in the 30 Years' War that devastated Germany at the time. A fictional version of Richelieu is famous as the villain in the Three Musketeers novel, but he was indeed a very relevant and influential minister who contributed to pave the way to the comeback of France as a major power in the 17th century. So, at the time, the crown, Louis XIII and Richelieu, acted to centralize the kingdom, to erase the remaining traces of feudality, and one aspect of this policy was to dismantle fortifications in cities that were far away from the frontiers, especially cities with a large Protestant community, because some of them had revolted and using these fortifications had defied the king's power during the wars of religion. Loudun was one of these towns with fortifications and Protestants. It was hundreds of miles away from a frontier, but other towns in the west of France were also affected, and they had their defenses taken down, which made sense in an unified modern state, but didn't go without resistance, especially from Protestant communities, obviously, that felt more exposed without these defenses, especially when they were eliminated by a Catholic king that they did not fully trust. The Catholics generally supported the crown, but not all of them were in favor of taking down fortifications, because it also gave them a degree of security. What if the state did not protect them? In that case, it would be good to still have local defenses. So the dispute around the fortifications, and more broadly around the state imposing its direct rule on this province, made the atmosphere in Loudun electric in the 1630s. And on top of that, in 1632, a plague hit Loudun, and it claimed many lives. rich people who had the means took their distance. They moved to other places to safely wait for the end of the outbreak. These two events combined plunged the city in a state of anxiety, of apprehension, of underlying hostility between religious communities or between rich and poor. And it was in this context that the affair began. One of the Catholic priests in Loudun had an unusual profile. His name was Urbain Grandier, and since he had arrived in town, he had acquired the reputation of a womanizer. He was considered to be a good-looking man, wealthy, well-educated, and charming enough to gain a lot of attention from different wives of the town's good society. It seems to have been an open secret in Loudun that he had slept with many of them and fathered at least one son. And this behavior had made him a lot of enemies. Enemies like husbands, fathers, and even other clerics or monks who envied the large attendance he drew to his parish. Obviously, this looked morally wrong to everyone, but priests having relationships was not something that extraordinary. The church was also a career, often followed by the second or third sons of well-to-do families. The firstborn son often inherited the family titles and business when there was one. So many young men had to look for other career options, and they could pick this one even without having a strong vocation. What was less ordinary about Urbain Grandier was that he seemed to make very little effort to hide. He would barely deny the facts when confronted, and he kept acting as he pleased. This ended putting him in trouble around 1629, when he was denounced to his bishop and banned to perform any public functions as a priest in Loudun. But he appealed and had the punishment lifted. So it went on. Grandier had another originality. He was Catholic, but he opposed Richelieu's policy of dismantling Loudun's fortifications. So in that, he went against the position of many Catholics. And as for the rest, he didn't bother to hide his opinions. He was vocal about them. To any observer, this looked like a very dangerous attitude, speaking against the crown's policy, alienating the Catholics while being a Catholic priest, and on top of that with a sketchy reputation. That was very imprudent. But it seems Grandier could not help it, possibly out of an excess of self-confidence, bordering on hubris, or maybe he was oblivious to the danger. But for several years he maintained the same conduct. So that was rather scandalous, but we were still far from witchcraft or deals with the devil at this point. The real affair that involved Grandier and cost him his life started in 1632. There was a convent in Loudun, a convent with 17 nuns, 25-year-old in average. With the outbreak of plague that I mentioned before, the convent had completely shut its doors. It no longer received visitors at the parlor, and the nuns spent several months in complete isolation. One day, one of them said she had had a vision of her recently dead confessor, and soon other nuns reported similar visions. Was it the effects of isolation and a kind of contagion, or something else? In any case, this kept escalating, to the point that almost all the nuns soon claimed that them too had visions, and their nature became increasingly worrying. They started reporting that a demon visited them to commit indecent acts at night, in the secret of their cells. An exorcism was considered, and the young women were interrogated about the evil spirit that was thought to be possessing them, and what or who had caused it. They gave different answers to that last question, citing different people, including an unspecified priest. Finally, months after the possessions had begun, and now that the convent was in a state of chaos, the name of Urbain Grandier as the cause of this demonic invasion was given. At this point, chaos was not an exaggeration to describe what was happening behind the walls of the convent. What had started as nightly visions had spiraled out of control. At times the nun barely acted human anymore. They shouted, swore, barked. Some had fits of convulsions. This was so extreme that visitors were drawn to the convent out of curiosity. Physicians or exorcists at first, and then increasingly just visitors, curious people who wanted to see the show. Opinions were split about what was happening. Some thought real possessions were taking place, and the convent was cursed, but others, including many clerics, saw this as an imposture to draw attention or a kind of collective madness, even though the term did not exist at the time. People were now traveling to Loudun from afar, including from England or Germany. They wrote about their visit and what they had witnessed there. And so this bizarre case started to become embarrassing for authorities, including the court in Paris, where the situation in Loudun was now a topic of conversation. Richelieu understood immediately it was a touchy situation, because at the same time, he was trying to have the fortifications destroyed, and he faced resistance. An envoy had been sent to order the demolition of the town's tower, but he had been prevented from doing so by the town's militia. Returning to Paris, this envoy explained what was happening in Loudun and reported on the possessions, the resistance to the crown's authority, and also the odd case of this Urbain Grandier, this priest who openly defied good Christian values and spoke against the cardinal. That was a lot for a single town, and an investigation was decided, starting 18 months after the beginning of the possessions epidemic at the convent. Grandier was arrested immediately as a precaution against his fleeing the area, as a person of interest since his name had been given by the nuns, even though he knew none of them, and it could never be proven that he had ever entered inside the convent. Grandier's only known connection with this convent was that the Mother Superior, had offered him the position of spiritual director, which he had turned down. Over several months, the investigation took place, followed by a trial. A trial because during the investigation, the priest had been accused of all kinds of indecencies, some of them probably true, by the numerous enemies he had in town. The investigators believed that the possessions were an imposture. At this time in France, witchcraft trials were really old-fashioned. They had already started to be questioned, and people would think twice before believing these stories of witchcraft or dealings with demons. The investigators had noticed that the anecdotes given by the nuns and their behaviors seemed contagious. When one said or did something publicly, others quickly replicated it. But when they were kept separated, unable to communicate, none of this contagion happened. Not necessarily that the young women were consciously putting on a show. It seems to have been more a case of group hysteria. But when the report of the investigation was sent to Paris, the parts that described the possessions as fake mysteriously disappeared. These conclusions, that there were no real possessions at the convent, were eliminated. And many believe this was a political decision, possibly taken by Richelieu himself. He needed to crush opposition in Loudun. He needed someone to be guilty. And Grandier had the perfect profile for this. The perfect profile because of his life of debauchery, and maybe more importantly, his opposition to Richelieu's policies. Grandier was taken out of his cell and brought to his parish, where an exorcism of the nuns was to be performed. Grandier himself was asked to perform it in his quality of priest, and he did. At the convent, the episodes of fits and the reports of visions had receded a little bit, but not stopped. In August 1634, Grandier was accused of being responsible for this crisis. He would have made a pact with the devil and brought these demonic possessions to Loudun, either by letting the devil in or by sending demons to the convent. There was absolutely no hard evidence of anything connecting him to the nuns, only witnesses of morality who had described him as a bad Christian and an even worse priest, and claims by some of the nuns that he was responsible, even though they had never met him. The accusations file was light, and only a case of pact with the devil could give it an apparent sense and connect Grandier with this convent. But witnesses of this trial, participants and Grandier himself, were not fooled. They all knew that his guilt had been decided for political reasons. Richelieu wanted him dead, and wanted to make an example with him for anyone who would dare speak against him and the crown. Grandier had few friends and many enemies way more powerful than his supporters. And so he was found guilty and condemned to be burnt at the stake, which was done shortly after the sentence was pronounced. He was executed for dealings with the devil as the main count in August 1634, aged 43 or 44. Contrary to what some may have expected, possessions failed to stop at the convent after this execution. They lasted for 3 more years until 1637. It was not written publicly immediately, because this would have been dangerous, but many contemporary observers of this case of possession thought that it was Richelieu who had piloted the trial and the sentence unofficially. He certainly had the power to do it, and this would not be surprising given his general course of action. There is no irrefutable proof that it was the case, but it sounds very likely. Posterior commenters all considered it to be a political trial disguised as a witchcraft trial, and that Grandier was chosen as a scapegoat, or brought it on him with his reckless behavior. Few people took the possessions seriously, but still, something had happened at the convent. Even if it was a case of collective madness, they rarely last 5 years and become almost a tourist attraction for visitors who come to see the crazy nuns. Maybe it could have been pranks played on the nuns by making noises at night, or surprising them in their sleep with costumes. That's a possibility, but it is completely unproven. A psychological explanation that was proposed much later in the 19th century was that of a mental disorder due to the very particular context. They lived in a town with this political and religious conflict. There was this plague outside the closed walls of their convent. They received no visits for several months before the possessions began. So they basically lived as prisoners in isolation. They were mostly young women who had not seen much of the world before arriving there. In average, they were 25-year-old. And of course, the rules of life in the convent were relatively strict. These were as many elements that may have brought them dangerously close to insanity and made them unable to distinguish reality from fantasies. Maybe these fits and alleged possessions became a way for them to express their fears, their concerns, their ideas, in the voice of another, because the place where they lived, the circumstances, and the rules they were subjected to did not allow them to communicate, to exteriorize any other way. Maybe. A theory that was exposed in particular by Aldous Huxley, the author of Brave New World. He also wrote about the Loudun Possessions. So the theory is that the accusation of Grandier was also retaliation from the Mother Superior of the convent, Sister Jeanne of the Angels. I told you before she had offered him the position of spiritual director, which in itself is surprising with the reputation he had. Letting him inside a convent with 17 nuns in their 20s, this sounds a lot like letting the fox among the chickens. So why did she do that? Possibly because she had become obsessed with him, having heard of his reputation or seen him, and she wanted to establish a connection. His rejection could have enraged her, and she could have been the one who ensured that his name surfaced during the exorcisms and the investigation. An element that could give credibility to this hypothesis is that after he rejected the position, she hired another cleric, who was also one of Grandier's worst enemies. Later, during the investigation, he accused Grandier enthusiastically. But this is all theoretical and circumstantial. We don't know enough about the Mother Superior's character to conclude anything. It is likely that behind the walls of the convent, in the secret of Richelieu's office, or in the bed of Grandier, many other things happened that left no traces and keep a part of mystery to this affair. During the 19th century, interest in ancient civilizations of the world grew exponentially in Europe and in America. Not just interest in familiar Mediterranean and Middle Eastern culture from Egypt, Mesopotamia, Greece or Rome. Also in more mysterious or exotic cultures, because they were from faraway regions of the world, from East and South Asia, Africa or America. There was scientific interest from archaeologists, historians, backed by universities and museums, trying to grow their collections, and also private interest from amateurs, travelers, collectors. The thrill of discovering ancient artifacts and secrets in tombs lost in ruins covered by the jungle or the desert sand. This was exciting, and it didn't take long before it turned into a business that was not entirely new. The traffic or procurement of Egyptian mummies or supposed Christian relics was something that had existed since the Middle Ages. But it took a whole other dimension, and often with sad consequences. Many sites were literally looted before they could be studied, stripped of their statues and any artifact that could be of interest for museums or collectors. These objects were purchased or stolen, then shipped, sometimes smuggled, to Western Europe or America. They ended in many public and private collections. Antique dealers specialized in this business and provided wealthy curious and collectors with these mysterious or evocative artifacts. It is in this context that small crystal skulls said to come from Mesoamerica, attributed to Aztec or Maya civilizations, appeared on the market. These were very different from known pre-Columbian Aztec and Maya artifacts. A lot of different objects coming from these cultures were already well known, from ceramics to masks and jewelry, but no crystal sculptures like these. Maybe several dealers offered them, but the most prominent was a French antiquarian specialized in Mesoamerican antiques, Eugène Bauban. He was seen as an authority in the field, because he had spent many years in Mexico and spoke fluent Spanish and Nahuatl, the language of the Aztecs that still was and still is spoken in central Mexico. He had provided many authentic pre-Columbian antiques, was part of a scientific commission too, and all of this made him a credible, well-established antiquarian. In 1870, aged 36, he opened a shop in Paris and kept managing this business between Mexico and France for 3 decades. Among other objects, he sometimes had these crystal skulls on offer. We don't know exactly how many he sold, but several that are now in museums were traced back to him. For example, one that is now at the British Museum in London. This one skull appeared in 1881 in Boban's shop. He tried to sell it as an Aztec artifact to Mexico's National Museum, but the offer was rejected. So he turned to New York City, where he sold it to an American entrepreneur. The skull changed hands and then ended up in an auction, where it was bought by Tiffany & Co., the jewelry house, and Tiffany sold it to the British Museum in 1897. 3 other skulls were sold to a French ethnographer who donated them to the Museum of Man in Paris, an ethnography museum. These skulls were not very famous at the time. They were known essentially in a small circle of archaeologists, antiquarians, collectors, and museum personnel. But they raised a question, a mystery, and this is why they can be associated to the group of out-of-place artifacts. They were very different from other Aztec or Maya artifacts, because no other carved crystals like these were known, and because of their precision and craftsmanship. They were made of quartz, and that type of quartz is not easy to work with, to carve. It requires precision metal tools, even using diamonds to overcome the hardness of quartz without breaking it. Their polishing was also technically complicated, and this put the skulls apart from other pre-Columbian creations. The technical complexity, the craftsmanship, was hard to reconcile with other objects produced by these cultures, and with what was known of their technical advancement. If real, these skulls would have forced the scientific community to reconsider the technical advancement of pre-Columbian craftsmen, or discover unknown techniques that could have given this result with the tools known in the region centuries ago. In short, the existence of these skulls was a real mystery. And this could be why, in the early 20th century, as they were now exhibited in large museums, the skulls began to rise to fame. First, because of the interest of occultists in them, that started to claim that they could produce a variety of miracles, from curing diseases to killing people at a distance. The adoption of these crystal skulls by paranormal enthusiasts was boosted by the emergence of another skull, probably the most famous of all of them, the so-called Mitchell-Hedges skull. It is called Mitchell-Hedges after a British author and adventurer, Frederick Albert Mitchell-Hedges. from the 1940s, Mitchell Hedges and even more his daughter, Anna, started to claim that they had discovered a crystal skull inside a temple in the 1920s, during the exploration of a temple in Belize, at the time British Honduras. And this skull would have been buried under a collapsed altar. They still owned and showed the skull, which was very similar to the one kept at the British Museum. We were in full Indiana Jones territory. A complex artifact found in the crumbling ruins of a lost temple in the Central American jungle. Exciting. Anna went on to make claims about the supposed powers of the skull for several decades after her father's death. Claims like, for example, that she had been told by the locals, the descendants of the Maya, that the skull was used by high priests thousands of years ago to will death on people. For this reason, the artifact was sometimes referred to as the Skull of Doom. Anna Mitchell Hedges maintained that story until her death in 2007. It could even be said she milked that story. She toured with the skull and exhibited it on a pay-per-view basis. She gave interviews, and occasionally she came up with new details for her story. But was there any truth to it? No. And we know it, first because the skull was not found in 1924 in Belize, as Mitchell Hedges and his daughter had claimed for so long. The skull had been bought at an auction in London in 1943, 19 years after its alleged discovery date. This is established because Mitchell Hedges wrote about this purchase in his letters at the time, and the records of the sale were found at Sotheby's, the auction house. Second, because the skull is not ancient neither. Its examination with microscopes revealed that its surface had been worked with a high-speed hard metal rotary tool coated with a hard abrasive, such as diamond, which happened to be exactly what a 20th century crystal cutter or carver would use. For this reason, the skull was dated to the 1930s. It would have been brand new when it was purchased in 1943. And given its similarities with the British Museum skull, it is believed to be a copy, something relatively easy to do, because the British Museum skull had been continuously exhibited since 1898, so anyone could go see it. It is unknown whether they invented this tale about the crystal skull for attention, maybe for money, or for fun, maybe a bit of each, and also whether Anna ended up believing it or not. In any case, she hanged on to her story until her death, but evidence that it was a hoax is overwhelming. Now, if this skull was a modern forgery, what about the other ones? Since the 1960s, the other known skulls at the London and Paris museums have been studied with precision microscopes to examine how they were carved, and experts have analyzed the quartz they were made of to know where it could have come from. quartz is not perfectly pure. There are micro-inclusions of other materials that can help determine where it might have been extracted. And in this case, the analysis of this particular type of quartz indicates it most probably came from either Madagascar or Brazil. That is to say, thousands of miles away from Central America. And as it happens, European workshops in the 19th century crafted objects with Brazilian quartz, especially workshops in Germany. These objects were made with the modern tools of the time, of the mid-19th century. And when compared with other quartz objects made in Germany at the time, the skulls from Paris and London appear strangely identical to them in terms of techniques and the tools that probably served to make them. This is why it is now believed that all the skulls that surfaced in the 19th century were made in Germany with Brazilian quartz, possibly in limited series for Eugène Bauban, this antiquarian who regularly discovered one. If this is true, the explanation is basically that Bauban scammed wealthy clients with artifacts that he secretly ordered or bought in Germany. In any case, the skulls are not ancient, and the most recent one, the Smithsonian skull, appeared only 30 years ago, in 1992. In 1992, a box was mailed anonymously to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. And this box contained another crystal skull, a bigger one. The Paris and London skulls are a few inches high only. This one is 15 inches high and weighs 31 pounds, 14 kilograms. The anonymous donor claimed that it was an Aztec object. By the way, Aztec and Maya, which are the two cultures these different skulls were attributed to, were quite far apart, geographically and in time. They were part of the same broad civilizational area in Mesoamerica. But the cradle of Maya culture was in the south of Mexico and Central America, whereas the Aztecs emerged in central Mexico to the north. And they became a powerful empire shortly before the Spanish conquest, centuries after large Maya cities had declined. So these are clearly distinct cultures. This other skull, the one from 1992, that is now part of the Smithsonian collection, was also examined, and it was established that it had been carved using carborundum, a modern abrasive that was not available to jewelers and gem cutters before the mid-20th century. This skull is modern, and it is exhibited as such by the Smithsonian, as a curiosity and not an ancient artifact. Even though all the known skulls were debunked one after the other in the past few decades, their fame had already been established in the paranormal and entertainment worlds. But there is no known trace of such skulls in the mythology and religious practices of Native American peoples. All these claims were made by outsiders from different movements like the New Age movement or the so-called neo-shamanic movement, which refers to shamanism practiced by people with a Western cultural background. these are contemporary forms of spirituality that appeared in the 20th century. And when it comes to the skulls, it seems these claims took a lot of inspiration from the anecdotes invented by Anna Mitchell Hedges. We don't know how many skulls were made and sold. Some authors, close or part of the New Age movement, spoke of 13 skulls, and often claim that these are relics of ancient Atlantis. But the ones that are identified are the ones in London at the British Museum, in Paris at the Museum of Man, in Washington at the Smithsonian. We also know that there is another one in the US, the Mitchell Hedges skull, that Anna Mitchell Hedges left to her surviving husband. Apart from them, there could be others whose sale was not detected or recorded, and that remain in private collections or forgotten in attics or basements. They may not be ancient artifacts, but they certainly have a history of their own at this point. I'm going to tell you about other artifacts that are actually ancient. But to conclude with hoaxes or artifacts that have been labeled as out of place based on dubious dating or understanding. These hoaxes are certainly the majority of cases. Sometimes because they were modern forgeries, not necessarily to scam people. It can be pranks too. One prank that had its 15 minutes of fame about 10 years ago was called the Babylonokia, a clay tablet created as an artwork in 2012 that looked like a mobile phone. It resembled a Babylonian tablet, but with a keyboard and a screen. So the brand name Nokia was added to it. This was intended as a joke or as a curiosity, but when a photo of it circulated online, a few proponents or fans of alternative archaeology or fringe science took the bait and started to claim it was a centuries-old archaeological find. There were clickbait articles about it, but obviously it was too big and not credible enough, and it died down quickly. This kind of viral prank or forgery is not limited to the recent past. Another example is the Acambaro Figures. Thousands of small ceramic figurines discovered in the 1940s in the Mexican city of Acambaro. These figurines represented people, animals, and also creatures that strongly resembled dinosaurs. They were obviously man-made, and it was claimed that they were several thousand years old. You can imagine the implications. They would have been made long before the existence of modern paleontology and the first recreations of dinosaur bodies. So, huge thunderbolt for many scientific disciplines if this was true, because it would have suggested that men and dinosaurs coexisted when they were thought to be millions of years apart. And not just for paleontology and the history of Earth. Some figurines were also claimed to represent ancient Egyptians, Sumerians, or bearded Caucasians from the Old World. But they would have been made thousands of years ago in America. The entire timeline of man and migrations would have been challenged. The story was picked up by some, in that case by young Earth creationists, people who believe Earth was created a few thousand years ago, based on their interpretation of the book of Genesis. Some of them reject the existence of dinosaurs, saying they are an invention, but the majority accepts dinosaurs and just argues that they had to coexist with mankind. This puts them at odds with mainstream science and history, from geology and paleontology to astronomy and biology. So proof that all these disciplines might be in the wrong, and that the history of Earth was thousands of times shorter than they said, was a windfall for them. What if these figurines were that proof? But when the figurines were dated, it appeared that they had been fired very recently, in the 1930s or 1940s. In other words, they were brand new, and they had most probably been made by the farmers of the area. There was demand to satisfy from French scientists or young Earth creationists who wanted to acquire them. So they kept producing more figurines, and in total they made more than 30,000. But everything was fake, and this hoax deflated in the 1970s. It is now mostly forgotten. Before I tell you of more serious cases, here is a last example of hoax or forgery, and it's a good one: the Michigan Relics, a series of alleged archaeological finds in Michigan at the turn of the 20th century. If true, these would have been absolutely groundbreaking, because they would have indicated contact in ancient times between America and one or several ancient Near Eastern cultures. There were coins, boxes, cuneiform tablets, that is to say, clay tablets with cuneiform writing, the writing of ancient Mesopotamia. And some tablets even depicted biblical scenes, including Moses handing out the tablets of the Ten Commandments. What if the lost tribes of Israel had traveled to Michigan? We have to put this in the context of the late 19th century. Most scholars would have been very skeptical of these finds at the time, and they were actually. But the timeline of mankind's history was still being revised regularly. The dating of objects using geological or archaeological layers where they were found was still quite imprecise, and there were no dating methods such as radiocarbon. This was also a time when there was a frenzy to unearth ancient artifacts in America. Not only artifacts, dinosaur bones were also searched actively. In any case, several scholars went to examine and assess the relics that were provided in large quantities with regular finds by two men, James Scotford and Daniel Soper. Most of these scholars concluded quickly that these were forgeries, and not very good ones, based on several observations. The cuneiform characters were indeed similar to Mesopotamian writing, but they were put in random order. They made no sense. They also noticed that the surface of many objects were perfectly smooth, and this indicated that they had been dried on a board that had been mechanically sewed. The first mechanical sewing machines appeared in the 19th century. They were known in antiquity. And finally, they observed that the objects quickly disintegrated in water, so they could not have possibly been buried in the ground. They would have disappeared long before they were found. Despite the skepticism of the scientific community that never took these relics seriously, these Michigan relics had success with collectors and also with some members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons. These Michigan relics echoed a story from one of the foundational sacred books of this church, the Book of Mormon. It is said in it that a society that is now extinct lived on the American continent long before Europeans arrived, a Judeo-Christian society that knew and adhered to the Bible. So these discoveries were perfect to support the belief that this society had existed. Maybe a bit too perfect, and it might have been that story from the Book of Mormon that inspired the forgery. Not all Mormons believed these artifacts were authentic. They had their doubts, but enough bought into the story and began to buy hundreds of them and collect them. Scotford and Soper kept uncovering objects, in reality making them, for 2 decades. In 1907, for example, they were reported to be selling copper crowns that they had supposedly found on the heads of prehistorical kings. And even more impressive, they were selling copies of Noah's diary, the same Noah from the biblical flood and the ark. And they found believers who paid for this. Finally, their fraud died down after their death in the 1920s. And the Michigan relics were slowly forgotten. The Mormon Church kept hundreds of them in their Salt Lake City museum until 2003, when they were donated to the Michigan History Museum in Lansing, where they are now kept. But many more were fabricated, possibly thousands, over a period of more than 20 years. So these were examples of frauds, and I intentionally started with some of them, there are many more, to illustrate how one should be cautious when spectacular claims of discoveries or alternative theories are made in the fields of archaeology and history. Frauds and outlandish claims for attention or money are not rare, occasional things. They abound. There were groundbreaking discoveries in the history of sciences, and out of principle, every theory should always be questioned. We really have to keep an open mind. But any claim that ignores inconvenient proof, or is presented with conspiracy undertones, as if there was some sort of big archaeology out there working to hide the truth, this should always be considered with extra caution. We still have different artifacts to go through, and these ones are genuinely old and raise interesting questions. First, let's talk about the Shroud of Turin. In 1578, 450 years ago, one of the most venerated relics of Christendom was transported to Turin, Italy, from Chambéry, which is now in France. But at the time, both cities were part of the Duchy of Savoy. This relic was a large rectangular linen cloth, believed to be the shroud of Jesus of Nazareth, crucified, buried, and resurrected. On the shroud appeared the faint image of a man's body, with a beard and shoulder-length hair. The man is rather muscular and tall. Various modern experts have measured him as from 1.7 to 1.88 meters. This is 5 feet 7 to 6 feet 2 inches. An unusual but not extraordinary height for antique or medieval times. Reddish-brown stains are found on the cloth, around the forehead, the hands and the feet, correlating with the wounds in the biblical description of the crucifixion of Jesus. On top of the crucifixion itself, the Bible says that Jesus also wore a crown of thorns. 46 years before its transportation to Turin, the cloth had been damaged by fire in the chapel where it was kept in Chambéry. It didn't burn, but molten silver fell on it while it was folded and burned through it, which left holes and darker traces. In the years after the fire, nuns repaired the cloth with various triangular patches that were sewn onto it and are still in place. But the known record of this cloth is older than the 16th century. In the 15th century, at the end of the Middle Ages, the piece was given to the House of Savoy, deeded to the Dukes of Savoy. We don't know with certainty where it was before. Records of the 13th and 14th centuries across Europe actually mention various places where a shroud of Jesus Christ was kept and venerated. It sounds absurd, but it was nothing out of the ordinary in the Middle Ages. Many relics that should be unique, like pieces of the True Cross or remains of apostles, were claimed to be in different locations. The origin of these relics was often dubious. They had been acquired and offered to churches and cathedrals, sometimes brought back from the Holy Land during the Crusades. But there were gaps of several centuries where tracks of these objects were non-existent, especially for relics related to the time of Jesus. And it is likely that most of them were fabrications. But still, if it was credible enough, a relic could reach high prices, even just a tooth or a bone from a saint. And there were people simply producing them, forging relics. The church was aware of this and would obviously severely condemn the fabrication of fake relics. But in its doctrine, relics were not seen as central to the faith. If they could galvanize people's faith, help them pray because they needed something more tangible or material, to hang to, and if it drew them to actively belong to the church, they were not a bad thing, and so their veneration was not particularly encouraged, but it was tolerated and respected. The burial shroud of Jesus was no exception. There were various reports of it in various locations. Just to name a few, for example, the Byzantine emperors had one, and its trace got lost in 1204 during the sack of Constantinople during the Crusades. Another shroud appeared by the mid-14th century in a French village. We don't know what happened to the Constantinople shroud. Maybe it traveled and ended up in Turin, even though that sounds unlikely, given the radiocarbon dating I will tell you about in a minute. Because the Shroud of Turin would have been made after the sack of Constantinople, if we accept the results of this dating. So we don't know the history of this particular artifact before the 15th century, but since then it is well recorded. A chapel was built for it in the 17th century, and it was regularly put on public display. For the first time, it was photographed in 1898, and this is when it really rose to fame among Catholic relics, because in its original colors, it showed a rather faint image of the body and the face. But the negative image that was obtained by the photographer on a black rather than white yellowish background was much more defined and visually striking. With it, devotion to the Turin Shroud reached new heights. But still, the authenticity was always questioned, including by the Catholic Church that never confirmed nor denied that it was the one, the real shroud. The authenticity of the shroud was attacked on the basis of the Gospels. The Gospels of Matthew, Mark and Luke state that the body of Jesus was wrapped in a piece of linen cloth, so that seems coherent. But the Gospel of John says strips of linen were used instead. Based on John's version, there would be no shroud of Jesus in a single piece. But investigation with a more scientific approach really started in the 20th century. In 1978, pigments were taken from the shroud and examined with microscopes. The team of investigators concluded that the image was a painting. The pigments that give the reddish color were red ochre. They would have been applied in a kind of gelatinous medium. As it happens, this technique was known and used by some painters in the 14th century. And they found another pigment, vermilion, that was used to highlight the alleged bloodstains. But they didn't find any trace of actual blood in the samples taken from the shroud. So in the 1980s, the idea that it could well be a medieval painting gained traction. In 1988, a radiocarbon dating was allowed, and other samples were taken from the cloth. This analysis concluded that the shroud material dated from the 13th or 14th century. Still old, but much too recent to have been associated with Jesus. This analysis was contested, with arguments that are sensible. What if there had been medieval repairs to the shroud, and the samples had been taken from them instead of the original fabric? Or what if the results of the radiocarbon dating had been contaminated by carbon monoxide, because it was established that the cloth was taken at least once in a fire? These arguments were refuted convincingly, but with the progress in radiocarbon dating since the 1980s, the results were questioned a bit. And the consensus today is that the stated date range should be extended by almost a century to really be confident in the results. But still, the cloth would still be more than 1,000 years too recent to be authentic. Other approaches included looking at the weaving of the fabric. The linen cloth has a so-called herringbone weave, which means it has a distinctive V-shaped weaving pattern. And here again, it tends to dismiss its authenticity, because this kind of weaving was absent from all known fabrics from Palestine at the time of Jesus. Yet other approaches were tried, like the anatomical one, trying to determine whether the proportions of the body were realistic. They seem to be so visually, and even if it is a painting, a real body could have been used as a model, possibly covered in pigments and wrapped in the cloth for a quick result. But various experts have argued that some things were off with the proportions. The arms would be too long, with a marked difference in length between them. The forehead on the shroud will be too small. And yet another problem, a serious one, is that this image of a human body is not consistent with what you would get wrapping a real body or a statue in a cloth. You would get much more distortion of the proportions, whereas this image looks more like a photograph transferred to fabric. This raises the unsolved question of how it was made. It looks possible, but complicated. Complicated because, to be credible, the cloth already had to look old when it arrived in Savoy in the 15th century. It could have been artificially aged by exposing it to the sun and dust, but that would take time and require planning. We also don't know how the image was created. It could have been painted directly. That would explain the proportion issues of the body. But even though the technique employed could be coherent with the techniques of the time, of the 13th, 14th centuries, also coherent with the pigments known at the time, and the use of collagen to create this gelatinous medium to paint on, it would still have taken a master painter to get such a result. Another hypothesis would be a kind of medieval photography, obtained by exposing a body to sunlight for a long time, and with its reflection passing through a lens projected onto the cloth. This could have possibly slowly permitted the replication of the image on the cloth. Even though the various techniques and equipment needed to do that would have been theoretically available in the Middle Ages, this possibility is seen as very remote, very unlikely. There would be no other known example of such a process in the Middle Ages, And this would be puzzling, because if it worked, it would certainly have been done more than once. Another hypothesis is the possibility of transferring prints from a person covered in pigments, but doing only small parts at a time to avoid these distortions that I mentioned earlier. It could have been the nose, the forehead, the eyes, and progressively the picture would have been recreated on the clothes, assembling these prints of body parts. Or it could have been done by wrapping the clothes around a bas-relief. Not a real body which is in 3D, but instead a board carved on both sides with already a 2D sculpture of a man. This could give the result visible on the clothes. So as you see, the Shroud of Turin may well be a forgery, but at least it is an extremely well thought and well executed one. So well that to this day there are various hypotheses that are plausible, but we still don't precisely know how it was made, sometime during the Middle Ages. Our next story is about a technological curiosity, a pillar made of iron 1600 years ago that apparently doesn't rust despite centuries of exposure to moisture. It was made in India under Emperor Chandragupta II, who reigned at the turn of the 4th century AD. It is relatively high for an antique metal structure, more than 7 meters high, that's 23 feet, and its diameter is 41 centimeters, 16 inches. The pillar is made of almost pure iron at more than 99%. This is nice, but nothing extraordinary. At this point, iron metallurgy was already well established across the ancient world, and many other iron objects were made in India, including centuries earlier than that. What is more intriguing is that the pillar seems to be protected against rust. Apart from traces of rust near its base, it has remained intact since then. It is thought it was first erected elsewhere and was moved to its present location in Delhi in the 11th century. For a long time, this resistance to rust was really puzzling, because rust-resistant steel or coatings on iron to make it impervious to rust are inventions of modern times. How could an iron pillar from the 4th or 5th century be rust-proof? And did it mean the metallurgy of ancient Indians was way more advanced than thought? This is the mystery that made the Iron Pillar of Delhi an out-of-place artifact. Its existence seems to suggest a level of technological advancement incompatible with the generally admitted timeline. So, by the mid-20th century, the pillar was sometimes mentioned in fringe science circles as proof of extraterrestrial visitation, or evidence that an unknown ancient civilization would have had an advanced technological level. But further investigation provided an explanation for the phenomenon, and it has to do with the particular metal composition of the pillar. Even though the pillar is mostly iron, it also contains phosphorus, coming from charcoal mixed with iron ore in the fabrication process. Typically, this phosphorus is considered an impurity, and in modern blast furnaces, there is much less of it because coal is used rather than charcoal, and phosphorus is evacuated, so it is absent from the finished product. But in the pillar of Delhi, the concentration of phosphorus approaches 1%. And when the pillar was left exposed to atmospheric conditions, this phosphorus acted as a catalyst for several chemical reactions with oxygen and hydrogen that created a very thin protective layer on it. Very thin, way less than a millimeter. But it isolates the iron inside the pillar from direct contact with the air and from oxidation. This is how the pillar became rust-proof or rust-resistant. It didn't have this property immediately when it was cast, but in a few years, this coating, this protective layer, appeared and made it naturally resistant to rust. So this pillar is an example of out-of-place artifact based on a lack of understanding of a natural mechanism. Since the explanation has been found out, it is no longer one. Now, one last for the road, but not the least. Let me tell you about the Antikythera Mechanism. This mystery began in 1901, when the wreck of an ancient Roman cargo ship was found and explored near the Greek island of Antikythera. In the wreck that had waited at a depth of 45 meters or 150 feet underwater for more than 2,000 years, they found considerable treasures, archaeological treasures, bronze and marble statues. There was also glassware, jewelry, coins, and a strange lump, a mass of corroded bronze and wood that initially did not draw much interest, because the other finds looked much more interesting. But further examination revealed that a gear wheel was embedded in the thing, and so that it appeared to be a sort of mechanism. One Greek archaeologist formulated the hypothesis that it could be some sort of astronomical clock. But at the time, most other scholars considered that it was unthinkable that the Romans or the Greeks from antiquity could have created such a complex machine. So the hypothesis was not taken seriously. Maybe it was something else or an artifact dropped into the sea centuries after the wreckage. And for a long time, for several decades, the remains were almost ignored. They were kept together, and other pieces found around the wreck were stored with it, but it didn't attract much interest. Until the second half of the 20th century, this unknown set of pieces that looked like gears, or sometimes just metal scraps, was studied with more attention. The pieces were scrutinized with microscopes and X-rays, and it appeared that they formed an ancient machine indeed. At this point, the initial single encrusted piece found in the wreck had fractured into smaller pieces with time and handling, revealing that this lump was actually made of plenty of parts, dented wheels, spirals, some of them with inscriptions that showed the moon, calendar inscriptions in Greek, and zodiac inscriptions. All these parts could only belong to a machine, a mechanism. And with these inscriptions, this mechanism appeared to be related to astronomy. Other remains indicated it was contained inside a wooden box. And bit by bit, with many fragments still missing, the function of this machine was found out. It was used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses, condensing much of the knowledge ancient Greeks had acquired about cycles in the skies. Cycles of the 5 planets they knew: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn, the Moon, including the slightly irregular orbits that these bodies have. And the complexity of the mechanism suggests it could predict astronomic positions of these bodies decades in advance. Probably not with the accuracy we have today, but certainly at a level that was not reached again before the late Middle Ages and the Renaissance, 1500 years later. It didn't really surprise anyone that the ancient Greeks had this kind of theoretical knowledge, the one about astronomy. This was already known. But the fact that they were able to create a machine with all the precision engineering and workmanship this required, this was really unheard of. The machine basically worked as an analog computer. That is to say, one that uses a physical phenomenon, like the regular oscillation of something, or the movement of gears, to model, calculate, solve another physical phenomenon. Digital computers, that we abundantly use nowadays, do not work like this. They represent quantities symbolically with numbers, and they use digital signals, whereas an analog system replaces a physical phenomenon with another one, to be able to anticipate on the first phenomenon. To give you a concrete example, a mechanical watch, one with gears that rotate continuously inside, and drive the needles that indicate seconds, minutes, and hours in the clock. This is an example of analog computer. The rotation of the gears models and follows on its own the passing of time. Such analog computers were the first computing machines built, but it was unknown that the Greeks had made one, or more likely several ones, because the degree of complexity of the Antikythera mechanism makes it hard to believe that it was the first ever made. There should have been predecessors, probably simpler, that evolved into this particular machine. But none of these mechanisms, or even records of their existence, are known. The dating of the Antikythera mechanism remains a bit uncertain. It could have been made as early as 200 BC, since Hellenistic scientists of this period had just acquired, modeled the knowledge necessary, especially the observation that the cycles of the moon are slightly irregular. The shipwreck was dated to about 70 to 60 BC, so that gives a time slot of 130 to 140 years, within which the machine could have been built between 200 BC and 60-70 BC. A time when the Roman Republic was expanding politically and commercially. The ship was found near a Greek island, but you remember it was Roman, and so Roman domination was on the rise around the Mediterranean. But at the time, Hellenistic culture, that is to say, Greek culture in and out of Greece after the expansion of Alexander the Great's empire, Hellenistic culture was very influent in the Mediterranean and the Middle East, at the vanguard of scientific discoveries or the creation of libraries. So this machine may not have changed the course of history. As far as we know, it is the most advanced computing mechanism produced in antiquity, worldwide. And there doesn't seem to have been further developments, or at least they have not been found. So even though it may not have been the only one, it remains exceptional. There was no computing science in antiquity, but it certainly brought renewed appreciation for the ingenuity of antique astronomers, mathematicians, and engineers. After this know-how was lost, which may have happened before the end of antiquity, maybe because there was not enough interest in these machines and they were only seen as mere curiosities. But after that, it took about 1500 years to build again astronomical clocks with similar complexity. This happened by the late Middle Ages, in the 14th and 15th centuries. I took the example of mechanical watches to explain what an analog computer is. Big mechanical clocks also appeared in the Middle Ages, but the miniaturized version of them, watches, were very rare and unprecise until the 18th century. Before that period, they typically drifted by several seconds in a day. It is only in the late 18th century that very accurate watches started to be made. And until the development of electronics in the 20th century, all watches remained mechanical. Various replicas and reconstructions of the Antikythera Mechanism have been made to investigate and demonstrate how it may have looked and worked. The way the machine worked is understood in principle, not in details, because too many pieces are missing. Either they broke, or got lost at sea, or disintegrated underwater, where they spent 2000 years. But who knows? Maybe one day another of these machines will be found elsewhere and shed a new light on this antique technological marvel. "200 years ago, at a time when sailing ships still dominated the seas and had not been replaced yet by steamships, sailing on the oceans was still a lengthy and quite risky business. You never knew when you would arrive exactly. Ships were fragile with their wooden hull that could break. They could run aground or sink. And storms or other violent phenomena were the dread of sailors. The oceans, the seas, were still this mysterious, gigantic expanse where you could encounter all sorts of dangers, and no one knew what kind of monsters hid under the surface, in depths that had never been explored and not even sounded. So men at sea would look at the sky, at the birds, at the color of water, or at the changes of the winds, to try to anticipate and not lose their way. But in the cold waters of the Atlantic, off the coasts of South Africa, there was one site that was said to be particularly dreaded. The appearance of an old ship from the age of sail, strangely glowing, with a ghostly light, her sails shredded, and apparently moved, shaken by ancient winds that had long stopped blowing. The Flying Dutchman. The ghost ship that announced violent storms, and maybe the impending doom of those who were unfortunate enough to see her. Repeatedly, in the 19th and 20th centuries, sailors claimed to have seen the Flying Dutchman. Authors of travel stories talked about her, so did poets and novelists, and the ship became a celebrity, a legend even. But where does it come from? What part of this is real, and what is exaggerated or invented? Let's take a look at what we know. As the name Flying Dutchman indicates, this legend has roots in a particular time period, the period when the Netherlands, the Dutch Republic more precisely, was a great maritime power in the 17th century. A time period when Dutch ships sailed all the oceans of the planet. They opened new routes, and they traded all around the world, in North America, where they founded colonies like New Amsterdam, better known today as New York City, to the Caribbean, the coasts of Africa, the Indian Ocean, and as far east as China or Japan. Japan, where for a long time the Dutch had a trade monopoly. For a few decades in the 17th century, Amsterdam became the largest international trade center, and the Netherlands enjoyed a prosperity that left traces in architecture, intellectual life, scientific developments, or the arts. Just to cite a few examples, philosophers like Spinoza, painters like Rembrandt or Vermeer, and dozens of less famous artists of the 17th century were born or worked and prospered in the Netherlands. But why this age of prosperity for the Dutch? And what is the relation with the Flying Dutchman? To understand this, we need to make a bit of history. In the 16th century, the Netherlands were part of the empire of the Habsburgs, the dynasty that controlled big chunks of Europe, Spain, Austria, Hungary, parts of modern Germany and France, and most of what would one day become the states of Belgium and the Netherlands. The future Belgium and Netherlands had entered the Habsburgs' possessions because Charles V, who reigned over all of these lands, had inherited the Duchy of Burgundy, of which they were a part of or associated with. This European empire of the Habsburgs was completed by a fast-growing colonial empire overseas, especially in the Americas. Spain had established its presence there, and its American colonies in the 16th century began to produce colossal revenues. The Habsburg Empire eventually split into two branches of the family: the Habsburgs of Austria, who kept Austria, Hungary, Bohemia, which is the historical name of the modern Czech Republic, and another important family asset, the title of Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, this loose association of German states. This imperial title was elective, but for almost 300 years they did what they had to do to keep it in their hands. And these Habsburgs of Austria would stay on the throne until the 20th century. Their fall, the abdication of the last Habsburg emperor, was one of the consequences of the First World War. The second branch, the Spanish Habsburgs, was left with the global colonial empire, and in Europe with Spain. At the time it consisted mostly of two main kingdoms, Castile and Aragon, plus the remains of the Burgundian heritage, including the Netherlands. But in the second half of the 16th century, the Netherlands were increasingly willing to get rid of the Habsburgs' rule, for various reasons. A first one was religious. Different provinces of the Netherlands had become Protestant after the beginning of the Protestant Reformation, whereas the Habsburgs were Catholic monarchs, and at the time Europe was shaken by religious conflicts. Many kings would not tolerate that their subjects adopted what they considered to be heretical beliefs. So the Protestant subjects of a Catholic king were always at risk of being bullied at best or persecuted, and vice versa. There were also economic or financial reasons. The King of Spain, Philip II, was at war constantly with other powers, the French, the English, the Ottomans, and to fund these conflicts, on top of using a lot of the gold that came from America, the crown heavily taxed its subjects and their trade. Paying hefty taxes to a distant king in Madrid that you don't like, and who doesn't like you neither, to fund a policy that doesn't benefit you, was obviously something unpleasant for the Dutch. And these political, religious, and economic factors converged to lead to a rebellion of several provinces of the Spanish Netherlands against the Crown of Spain, against Philip II. In 1568, 7 provinces formed an alliance and a new republic, officially the Republic of the Seven United Netherlands, commonly called the Dutch Republic, the predecessor state to the modern Netherlands. This secession from the Habsburgs' territory that made the delight of all the enemies of the Habsburgs, and there were many at the time, this started a long, very long war of 80 years with the Spanish. The war was not constant, it was more on and off. They didn't fight continuously. But it officially ended only 80 years later, in 1648, at the end of another conflict, the 30 Years' War. After that, Spain officially recognized the existence of an independent Dutch Republic. Now, being part of the Habsburgs' sphere of influence, when Spain was discovering America, had also left traces in the Netherlands. The most prominent explorers and conquistadors who worked for the Crown of Spain or for Portugal to explore these new lands discovered overseas were from the Iberian Peninsula or sometimes from Italy, like Christopher Columbus. And so were most of the troops sent in the 16th century. But there were also individuals from all over Europe, especially Habsburg Europe, who were involved in Spanish expeditions and exploration initiatives. Austrian, German, Dutch. And so the experience of this new world touched people well beyond the frontiers of Spain. Especially in a part of Europe like the Netherlands that already had a maritime tradition. Another way the colonization and conquest of America impacted the rest of Europe was through the inflow of wealth, especially the mountains of gold and silver seized and then mined in Mexico and South America. When these precious metals arrived in Spain, they were spent on all sorts of goods. Goods that the relatively small Spanish economy could not provide. So it stimulated activity well beyond the frontiers of Spain. France, Italy, Germany, England also benefited economically. And being part of the Habsburg Empire, and already an industrious region since the Middle Ages, the Netherlands got significantly wealthier thanks to Spanish colonization. Actually, an economic and artistic Renaissance movement started in the Netherlands and Flanders, that were all Habsburg regions at the time, after Italy, but before any other part of Europe. So, for all these reasons, based on the criteria of the time, 16th century Netherlands was a relatively modern, outward-looking and prosperous region. The northern part of the Spanish Netherlands had converted to the new Reformed faith, Protestantism, at least a significant portion of the population and the economic elite. Philip II did not intend to let the Dutch go and get free. So there was intense repression against their heretical inclinations and also against their will of independence after 1568. Religious animosity and repression across Europe was obviously a threat to the young Dutch Republic, but it also contributed to its prosperity, because many Protestant traders from Flanders, at the time still Spanish, found refuge to the north in the Dutch Republic, and so did other Protestants from Catholic kingdoms, where they were at risk of being mistreated or persecuted. Many also came from France, the Huguenots. Many of them, as much as they could, came with their business and their capital. With this context, in a nutshell, you have the main pillars of the Dutch search or miracle of the late 16th and 17th century. An inflow of capital, a modern economy for the time, a connection to world exploration and maritime trade that started before independence, and also an adventurous community of sailors, explorers, and navigators willing to travel the world and get rich fast. On top of that, the Dutch Republic had quite a bit of luck too. For decades, neighboring countries that could have been threats were busy dealing with their own internal conflicts, religious infighting like in England but even more in France, external wars, especially against Spain, And all of this left the Dutch Republic relatively safe in Europe and hands-free to do what they wanted on the oceans of the world, like attacking and replacing Spanish and even more Portuguese settlements. Portugal was an ally of Spain, and the two countries even shared the same king, Philip II, for years. So that put Portugal and the Dutch technically at war too. Actually, rather than Spain, the main victim of the Dutch expansion overseas would be Portugal, which had established its own trade network to the east a century earlier, and it lost large parts of it to the Dutch. They were active in the Atlantic. They established a presence in the Caribbean or founded colonies in North America, like New Amsterdam. They also took a big role in the slave trade, transferring many enslaved Africans to the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. When this triangular trade between Europe, West Africa, and America was booming, but a lot of their attention and efforts were oriented toward the Far East. Alongside Atlantic trades like slaves, gold, and colonial crops, sugar, tobacco, dyes, cotton, an extremely lucrative trade was the spice trade, with India and the Spice Islands in what is now Indonesia. There was no Suez Canal at the time, obviously, so to get there, the strategic stop was the southern tip of Africa. Hence an intense interest of the Dutch to have a presence there, in what would become South Africa. The long-lasting Dutch cultural and human presence in South Africa comes from there. In various coastal trading posts and islands of the Indian Ocean, or in South Africa too, the Dutch just expelled the Portuguese, and they replaced them. Portugal was unable to defend its trade empire at the time, because the country was overstretched. Portugal was a small country with only about 2 million inhabitants, not enough to defend and develop possessions all around the world. That included Brazil in South America and dozens of trading posts and forts between Europe and the Far East, alongside thousands and thousands of miles of trade routes. At the time, the Dutch had become more aggressive, better armed, and more innovative. The Portuguese had been extraordinary sailors and pioneers in maritime exploration, but they had now lost their edge. They no longer discovered new lands and sailing techniques. For example, the Portuguese used to cross the Indian Ocean following the coastlines or jumping from island to island. The Dutch discovered a new route that was much faster, to the Spice Islands, to Indonesia, a route that passed south of the Indian Ocean. This new route, the Brouwer route, used the powerful winds at the south of the Indian Ocean. So ships departed South Africa, sailing straight to the east, as if they were trying to go to Australia. And only a few hundred miles before reaching Australia, they turned north and reached Java, the main Dutch base in Indonesia. On paper, on a map, this route was not shorter than the Portuguese route, but thanks to the winds, it was way faster. Voyage time between the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa and Java was reduced in the 17th century to about 6 months versus almost 12 months previously. In trade, you can imagine the big advantage it gives you. So the Dutch became the dominant power on the spice routes, at the expense of the Portuguese, who refocused on Brazil and keeping what remained of their African and Asian holdings, but they no longer dominated this trade. This is where we come back to the Flying Dutchman. In order to dominate this trade with the other side of the planet, the Dutch needed fast and solid ocean-going ships. There could be several kinds of intercontinental trade ships. They evolved over time. But in the 17th century, a type of vessel that was extensively employed by the Dutch was the flute, or fluit in Dutch. Flutes were initially designed in the Dutch Republic, and they had several advantages. For ocean-going ships at the time, they had the best space-to-crew ratio, meaning that they could transport a lot of goods at a competitive price, because there would not be as many sailors as on other ships. They were also relatively cheap to produce, because they were only designed for trade. A dominant type of oceanic ship in the 16th century had been the galleon, which could be converted from trade to warship and vice versa. This can be convenient in highly disputed and dangerous waters, but it also meant that these ships were heavier, more expensive to make, and less optimized for cargo. Along the 17th century, a nascent trend in shipbuilding was the increased specialization of ships. Trade vessels and warships formed two increasingly different groups, and the Dutch were at the forefront of this evolution, which gave them an edge in trade. The Flying Dutchman was believed to be one of these flutes, a medium-sized, fast cargo ship designed to travel between East Asia and Europe. Now, who owned and sent away these ships? Some were owned by individual traders, but when it came to trade and colonization with East Asia or America, European countries in the 17th century used chartered companies, private businesses that received a monopoly from a state. And these companies were typically traded on a stock market. Anyone with the means could become a shareholder. The Dutch East India Company, also known as the VOC for Verenigde Oostindische Company, was a precursor and an example of such companies. The VOC was actually the first joint stock company in the world. That is to say, the first business whose shares could be bought and sold by shareholders on the market. But there would also be English and French equivalents. So the VOC received from the government of the Dutch Republic the monopoly of Dutch trade and colonization from South Africa to all of Asia. And this monopoly came with huge powers, almost the powers of a government. The company could obviously own its own ships. It could buy and sell goods, but also create and own colonies, deal with other states in its area of influence. It could go to war it had its own private army. And this VOC organized the expansion of the Dutch Empire in Asia, from the island of Ceylon, modern Sri Lanka, to Java, and all the way to Japan. For decades, the VOC operated, generating major profits for the benefits of its shareholders. The Flying Dutchman would have been a ship of the VOC, so with a captain and a crew employed by the company to trade between the Netherlands and the Spice Islands, a journey of thousands and thousands of miles that lasted several months. I told you the Flying Dutchman would have been a flute, but it would have also been an East Indiaman. East Indiaman is not a particular type of ship. It was a generic term for trade vessels that traveled from Europe to Asia. So there were East Indiamen from other countries too. But there is no record of an actual East Indiaman called the Flying Dutchman that would have sailed in the 17th century, or in the 18th century for that matter. In the second half of the 18th century, the rumor that a ghost ship had been sighted at sea, an old Dutch East Indiaman, this rumor started to spread in some ports and on some ships. The time of Dutch maritime dominance had come to an end a century earlier, and the rising naval and colonial power of the time was now the United Kingdom. So for sailors of the late 18th century, evoking a Dutch flute and Indiaman was reminiscent of times long gone, like when in 2024 we evoke a transatlantic liner of the early 20th century. We know of this rumor about the Flying Dutchman because it appeared in travel stories, a popular genre of books at the time. People were curious about the world, which to most of Europeans was still a mysterious place they would never see with their own eyes. In the accounts of various authors, many of them were not famous to be trustworthy. The Flying Dutchman is mentioned as a story that circulated between sailors. One in 1790 says that the ship had one day come to the Cape in South Africa in distress, and the crew of the Flying Dutchman wanted to get into harbor to be protected from a storm. But they couldn't get a pilot to conduct the ship, and so she was lost, after which, as a ghost ship, it began to reappear in very bad weather, announcing serious trouble. 5 years later, in 1795, in another travel account that told the story of a journey from Great Britain to Australia, the Flying Dutchman was mentioned again. Not to really say that it existed, but as the report of a superstition that circulated among sailors. And this account was repeated in yet another book in 1803, yet another travel story, but introducing a little variant. This time, the crew of the Flying Dutchman would have been punished for a crime, an unspecified crime, maybe piracy or a revolt and the murder of their officers. For their crime, they would have been sentenced to wander on the ocean till the period of their penance expired, and apparently it was a long period because the Flying Dutchman was still there decades after the fact. In the early 19th century, the years 1800-1810, the Flying Dutchman transitioned from travel stories to literature, essentially in the works of British and Irish authors, including Walter Scott. It was mentioned in poems, and the concept of a ghost ship seduced. It came with the rise in popularity of Gothic stories all along the 19th century. Frankenstein, vampires, abandoned castles, monsters. A ghost ship was logical in that company. In the 1820s, there was a play called The Flying Dutchman or The Phantom Ship, a nautical drama. And this play also contributed to its fame. But the biggest work that made The Flying Dutchman a celebrity was the opera by Richard Wagner, Der Fliegende Holländer, The Flying Dutchman, in 1843. And since then, with further mentions in fantasy novels or in films, like recently in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, the Flying Dutchman became a well-known name. But a fictional name, because there was never any factual trace of a flute or any other type of ship of that name that would have got lost. The Flying Dutchman may have started as a rumor among sailors. That looks possible, maybe because someone invented that story one day and it was appealing enough to stick around. Or it could even have been invented from the start in these travel stories of the late 18th century, between authors who copied each other. This type of travel accounts are not known for their accuracy. They had begun to become more trustworthy in the late 18th century, more credible than their predecessors of past centuries. But they were still notoriously exaggerated, and for a part fictional, because their authors wanted attention and good sales. So if the public was willing to read larger-than-life, exotic stories, they were happy to provide them. But even though this ship is fictional, it doesn't mean it had no connection at all to reality, to history. As we saw before, it is a product, like an echo, of this particular period of the Dutch maritime expansion. And it is also believed that the story was inspired by an existing 17th century Dutch captain, a man called Bernard Fokke. Little is known about him, except that Fokke was real, and he appeared in multiple sources, including accounting books, the records of the period, like travel logs, the records of the Dutch VOC, the East India Company, the logs of ports. All of this makes it possible to check and estimate the magnitude of this 17th century trade, or more anecdotically, to find historical captains and ships. There was no Flying Dutchman lost at sea, but there was this captain, Bernard Fokke, who was famous for the speed of his trips to the Far East. It seems that once he completed a journey from Amsterdam to Java in a bit more than 3 months. We know it through letters that were sent from Amsterdam to Java, and they were dated and delivered in this period of time. They could have been tampered with for publicity, but still, Fokker had this reputation for extreme speed, to the point that the nickname Flying Dutchman could have suited him well. And it seems that long before the legend of the Flying Dutchman spread, there were rumors that Fokker was in league with the devil. He would have obtained these navigation skills, or that uncanny speed, by selling his soul to the devil, in a kind of Faustian pact, if you want. If you are curious about these pacts with the devil, by the way, I recently made another story about them as a legendary and literary topic. So maybe this aura of supernatural helped give birth to the Flying Dutchman legend. In any case, with its connection to the Age of Sail, to the exploration of the world, to histories of piracy that were added to the legend later, the Flying Dutchman provided a template for fictional ghost ships. But it is not alone. So now, let's leave the port of Amsterdam, the Cape in South Africa or the Spice Islands, and let's go to South America, to Chile, to discover another legendary ghost ship, the Caleuche. In the south of Chile, the coast of South America is very uneven, with many islands, fjords. From the Pacific Ocean you can see the wilderness of Patagonia and the first peaks of the Andes in the distance, at least when it is not too misty, because even though it is South America, you can forget about transparent Caribbean waters, Brazilian beaches with palm trees, or the hot weather of the Amazonian forest. Here, to the southern tip of the world, the climate is rather harsh, especially in winters. It is wet, and the vegetation reminds of Oregon or Washington or the Pacific coast of Canada. Long ago, before the Panama Canal was open, all ships that needed to travel between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans had to pass to the south of South America, to pass Cape Horn. And when they arrived in the Pacific, coming from the Atlantic, they would travel north, following this wild coastline, impatient to reach warmer and more welcoming waters. In this region of the world, there has been inhabitants for thousands of years, and there is an archipelago, a group of islands that you would barely notice looking at a map, because it follows the coastline of Chile. The main island of this archipelago is called Chiloé, and in this place the legend of the Caleuche was born. Nobody really knows when, possibly centuries ago. The Caleuche would be a sailing ship that sometimes emerges of the mist around Chiloé, an European sailing ship of the 17th or 18th century. But the name Caleuche comes from Mapudungun, the language of the native Mapuche people. Caleutun means transform, and the suffix che means people. So Caleuche could be translated as transformed people. And indeed, the crew of the Caleuche is really particular. There are various versions of this myth that are not necessarily compatible. Some say that the crew likes to party, and the appearance of the ship would always be accompanied by music, joyful voices, speaking in an undefined language. The ship and her crew would be stuck in time, in a never-ending celebration. Other versions say that the crew is not particularly ghostly or immaterial, and the sailors like to disembark in ports, especially where there are women. An old legend mentions that the crew had a deal with various shopkeepers of Chiloé, who had daughters. They would come ashore and party with the girls, and before leaving, they would fill the shops with goods as payment. This is how the quick fortune made by local traders would have been explained. They were protected by the Caleuche. But no one really knew what price they really paid for this protection, and what the cost would really be for their immortal souls. The ship is also said to be able to sail faster than any other ship, making it unreachable if it doesn't want to be caught. But the Caleuche is not necessarily a sinister ship. She also helps assist castaways, and is not known to be particularly malevolent as long as local sailors show respect. When at sea, they mustn't sing loud, scream, or act disorderly. Otherwise, the crew of the Caleuche would be annoyed and could decide to appear, or hide rocks to make the troublemakers wreck. Rather than threatening, the Caleuche is a mysterious presence that has been credited with plenty of phenomena, like unexplained wreckages, sudden arrival of the mist, weird noises that were heard at sea, or Spanish expeditions that disappeared after passing Cape Horn. And the timeline of this legend is also mysterious. It could have been an old native legend that was reshaped with an European ship when settlers arrived. It could also have been an adaptation of the Flying Dutchman legend in the 18th or the 19th century. Dutch privateers were once active in this part of the world, including an expedition that captured Chiloé for a short time in 1600. The memory of this presence could have been reactivated when the story of the Flying Dutchman reached this remote part of Chile, and the local legend would have appeared as a reaction to the legend of the Flying Dutchman. Or maybe the explanation is more trivial than that. The Caleuche could have been used as a joke or as a cover for smuggling activities. The discreet delivery of goods on beaches and small islands of the archipelago at night to avoid taxis in ports. And all this nightly discreet traffic around the island would have given birth to the legend of the Caleuche. Maybe more than others, this one is very ambivalent. The ship is sometimes presented as a benevolent entity, helping castaways or becoming a happy eternal home for the dead at sea. Other times it is more sinister. The Caleuche would attract sailors and fishermen with her music and enslave them forever to serve on board. Of course, these two coexisting visions of the ship are not compatible. In yet another version, the Caleuche is the boat of the witches of Chiloé, who use her to make unholy parties and reinforce their magical abilities. In any case, the ship remains inaccessible to the curious. It can either dive underwater, or disappear in the mist, or take the appearance of a floating tree trunk, and the crew can turn into sea lions. To divert attention, it remains a complete mystery. Ghost ships are not all fictional. There are real, abandoned ships that have remained at sea for weeks, sometimes months or even years. And here is an example of that. The SS Baychimo, spotted almost 40 years after it was abandoned in the cold waters of northern Canada. Baychimo was, and maybe still is, because there is no formal proof that she sank, even though it now looks very likely, and we'll see why. So let's say she was a cargo steamer built in 1914 in Sweden. The ship was owned by the Hudson's Bay Company, which is a well-known name in Canada, because nowadays the Hudson's Bay Company is a retailer, often referred to as the Bay or La Baie in Quebec. But the company is several centuries old, and it is actually the oldest corporation in Canada. It found its origin in colonial times, when it was set by fur traders to collect fur in and around the Hudson's Bay, this giant gulf to the north of Canada, that nowadays is surrounded by the provinces of Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, and Nunavut. For much of its existence, the company was in the business of trading fur and supplying the small towns and trading posts and also local communities that lived around the bay. This was at the start, but the business expanded to all of Canada. So the company was by far the main buyer of the furs that were hunted by trappers and native tribes. The company followed technical progress, and it transitioned from sails to steam. In the early 20th century, it was still operating its historical business. And it is the reason why it acquired the Baychimo. The ship had been built initially to serve on trading routes between Hamburg in Germany and Sweden, that is to say, on short trips. But after the First World War, she was transferred to the UK as a compensation, as war reparation. And the ship was sold to the Hudson's Bay Company. That affected her in 1921 to its fur trading business in northern Canada. The Baychimo was now to travel along the north coast on long distances, visiting trading posts, collecting fur pelts, and trading supplies, provisions with the locals. The places where she went were only accessible by sea, and not all year round. In winter the sea would freeze for several months. But for 10 years, the Baychimo successfully operated without major issues, until 1931. North of Canada, Many ships were trapped in the ice since the arrival of European explorers, and it is what happened to the Baychimo. In October 1931, as the weather was getting suddenly colder, and after the completion of a journey along the coast of Victoria Island, the ship was trapped in pack ice. Pack ice, that is to say, sea ice that is not attached to the shoreline. This happens regularly. Drift ice is driven together into a large mass, a pack of ice, and this may happen around the ship in very cold waters. It is not necessarily that serious. Many ships and their crews have stayed trapped for months like this, just waiting for ice to melt so they could leave the place. And ships that served in this region were prepared to this possibility. The crew of the Baychimo realized that they would not be able to keep advancing, and they thought the ship would not go anywhere now that it was trapped. So they abandoned it temporarily, because they were just half a mile away from the shore, and there was a town, a place called Barrow, where they knew they would find better shelter. They spent 2 days in this town, but when they wanted to return to their ship, the Baychimo was no longer there. She had broken free of the ice and drifted to an unknown location, with no one on board to correct her course. That was embarrassing. Where was the ship? She was sighted again a few days later, south of where she was lost, and again she had been ice-packed at this new location. Days were passing, and the winter would soon begin. The crew consisted of 37 men, too many to keep waiting until the ship could be freed. So the company sent a plane to evacuate 22 of them, and only 15 remained near the Baychimo, on the land, where they built a wooden shelter to wait for the ice to melt or to break and the ship to be retrieved. A few weeks passed, and by the end of November there was a night of blizzard, and in the morning the ship had disappeared again. It was thought to have broken up and sunk, but it was seen again a few days later, this time more than 40 miles south of where it had been lost. Once again, the Baychimo was prisoner of ice, and the crew thought that she would not survive this winter. So they retrieved the most valuable fur pelts on board to be transported by air, and the ship was willfully abandoned this time, by the end of 1931. The ship was 17 years old at this point, which was not that old for a steamship, but she was no longer new, and she had been acquired probably at a discount price. She was beginning to be outdated. Oil propulsion was fastly replacing coal and steam in the interwar period, and in particular in these cold regions, liquid fuel was way more convenient and efficient than coal. These are reasons that probably explained the lack of motivation to save the Baychimo. And so the ship was abandoned to her fate and expected to sink quickly. Except she didn't. In circumstances that are unknown, the ship finally broke free, possibly several months later, and kept floating, starting a long journey without destination along the coasts of Canada and Alaska. For months, for years, and even for decades. She was seen multiple times in the 1930s and even boarded a couple times, but she could not be rescued and was abandoned again. This continued in the years 1950s and 60s. In 1962, she was seen drifting along the coast of the Beaufort Sea, which is the sea to the north of Alaska and the Canadian Northwest Territories. And for the last time, she was seen in 1969, 38 years after abandonment, frozen in another ice pack. After 1969, and since then, for more than 50 years now, there has been no sign of the Baychimo. She had been seen more than a dozen times in the 10 years after her abandonment, and not at all in the past 50 years, which is why the hypothesis that she sunk after 1969 sounds very likely. It would also make sense, since in 1969 the ship was 55 years old, including 38 years of drifting at sea without any maintenance. So the breaking point of the hull, in waters where she collided regularly with ice blocks, was probably long overdue at this stage. And this is how the Baychimo disappeared. But we have no proof that this ghost ship actually sank. It sounds very unlikely that she would keep floating freely somewhere without having been noticed for more than 50 years. But she could have stayed stuck in ices, covered in snow, and become invisible somewhere near Alaska or the icy shores of Canada. Our story begins on a day of December 1872 in the North Atlantic Ocean of the Azores Islands. On the horizon, the crew of a Canadian commercial ship, the Dei Gracia, saw the sails of another ship of the same kind, a brigantine, that is to say, a sailing vessel with two masts. The other ship seemed to be in a disheveled condition and adrift. So the Dei Gracia approached, and a closer observation confirmed that there was apparently no one on board. Several men from the Dei Gracia boarded the mysterious ship and observed that a lifeboat was missing. But apart from that, there were still ample provisions on board the ship. She was loaded with a cargo of denatured alcohol, that is to say, pure alcohol for industrial or medical use. And when they inspected the cabins, they saw that the crew's personal belongings were still there, some of them valuable. They also found the ship's log. The last entry was dated 10 days earlier. Like the Dei Gracia, this ship had left America bound to Genoa, Italy, and the plan was to transport this cargo of alcohol across the Atlantic, then enter the Mediterranean Sea through the Gibraltar Strait before reaching Italy. The ship's name was Mary Celeste, and this was just the beginning of a puzzling mystery. Where did the Mary Celeste come from? Her kill had been led 12 years earlier in Nova Scotia, Canada, so she was still a relatively new ship. At the time, in the 1860s and 70s, a large part of the transatlantic trade was still done with sailing vessels. Steamships existed, but they had not yet replaced this mean of transport, which was cheaper, well-known, and still profitable. Modern shipping companies were barely forming at the time, and they had not taken over maritime trade. So a lot of independent ships and small companies ensured most of exchanges between Europe and America. The ship had been named Mary Celeste 3 years earlier and was registered in the United States, because from 1861 she had sailed under the name Amazon as a Canadian ship, working mainly in the West Indies trade. But in 1867, so 5 years before she was found by the Dei Gracia, she had been driven ashore in a storm near Cape Breton Island in Nova Scotia, and was so badly damaged that her owners abandoned her as a wreck. The wreck was sold several times at a cheap price and ended as the property of an American mariner from New York, who restored it and registered the ship under a new name, Mary Celeste, as an American vessel. She was sold again, and this time was bought by a sea captain from Massachusetts, Benjamin Briggs, who had acquired a good standing in his profession and had decided to invest his savings in a ship. Briggs was experienced and perfectly capable of commanding this type of vessel. The Mary Celeste had just been refitted in New York City, and her first journey under her new name, Mary Celeste, would be this transatlantic crossing from New York City to Genoa, with this cargo of 1,700 barrels of alcohol. This was supposed to be a safe, almost routine journey, on a ship that had sailed for years before it was wrecked and refitted. So much so that for her inaugural transatlantic journey under a new name and a new owner, Benjamin Briggs arranged for his wife and his daughter to travel with him. Apart from them, he had recruited a crew of 7, so there were 10 in total on board. In November 1872, the Mary Celeste left New York Harbor for a voyage that was supposed to last a few weeks, and a month later she was found adrift and abandoned in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The loss of a ship due to the weather or attacks by pirates was not something uncommon, but these two explanations looked immediately off in that case. The Mary Celeste had not been damaged. There was a bit of disorder on the deck, in the sails, but the ship was still seaworthy, much safer than a lifeboat, and it did not make any sense to imagine that an experienced captain would have ordered the evacuation of a perfectly seaworthy ship in the middle of the ocean to board on a tiny and unstable lifeboat. Piracy did not work either, because personal belongings and the ship's cargo were still there. There was no trace of fighting, and pirates operated near coasts and islands, not in the middle of the Atlantic. Something was off, and no reason for the abandonment could be found. The Dei Gracia and the Mary Celeste were similar ships, so the captain sent some of his crew to the Mary Celeste, and the two ships sailed to Gibraltar, where he intended to have the salvage of the Mary Celeste acknowledged. This would give him a right to a substantial share of her value. An investigation and hearings took place in Gibraltar, confirming the mystery of the crew's disappearance. Months had passed, and the lifeboat had not reappeared. It never would, and the death, or at least the disappearance, of the 10 passengers and crew members was confirmed. Why would an entire crew abandon a good ship with its cargo? Several possible explanations were put forward. The first one was full play. What if the captain of the Dei Gracia was in fact responsible for murdering and stealing the ship? Or what if he had conspired with Briggs, the captain and owner of the Mary Celeste, to organize an insurance fraud? It was said that the two captains could have known each other. They both were from the American East Coast. They had the same profession and were on the same route from the US to Genoa. But this did not really resist scrutiny. First, because the Mary Celeste had sailed several days prior, and even if they were on the same route, the probability that the Dei Gracia found it adrift was really thin. There was also the ship's log that had been interrupted 10 days before the salvage. This did not fit the attack theory. And also both captains were honorably known and certainly smart enough to organize a less complicated and ambiguous fraud if they had wanted to conspire. Another theory was that the entire crew may have feared an explosion and taken refuge on the lifeboat. The cargo was alcohol, a highly explosive material, of course, and wooden barrels could let fumes escape. What if someone had lighted something on deck, like a lamp or a lighter, and provoked an explosion because of the accumulation of gas, or if the density of fumes had reached a point where it would detonate? A brief explosion would not have necessarily destroyed the ship, and it could explain some of the disorder found on board. The rope that tied the lifeboat to the ship had been cut, which indicated a quick escape. So in that case, the entire crew would have been afraid of a second, bigger explosion, and would have put a distance between them and the ship. This was not totally convincing. First, because no traces of burning were found, not fully incompatible with a brief blast due to fumes, but surprising and uncommon at least. And also Briggs knew what he was carrying, and these small explosions due to fumes detonating on ships loaded with oil or alcohol were common. They were not a structural risk. So the abandonment in a panic looked unsustainable. If the reason was not internal, it could have been external. What about natural phenomena? A bit of water was found inside at the bottom of the ship. Again, not an uncommon thing for wooden ships. There were pumps to evacuate it. So a theory was that maybe a malfunction of the pumps could have caused alarm and prompted the evacuation. A sounding rod was found on deck, out of place. They may have used the rod to sound the level of water inside the boat and be alarmed by a wrong reading, indicating a much higher level of water, which, combined with the pumps not functioning, would have been alarming indeed. That would have indicated that the ship was sinking. That's not impossible, but that would be a lot of coincidences and misjudgments on a ship which was not visibly sinking. So here again, this explanation is dubious. Other natural explanations include the possibility of a seaquake, an earthquake underwater that would have caused huge turbulences. But here again, you don't take refuge on a lifeboat in the middle of the ocean when you are on a ship that is still seaworthy. It would harm your chances of survival, not improve them. What does not help to build solid hypotheses is that a number of myths and false histories were added in the decades that followed. Newspapers retold the story with invented details. The press in the 19th century had generally little regard for the truth and accuracy, so some newspapers changed the location of the salvage, for example, to other parts of the Atlantic Ocean, like near the Cape Verde Islands. An alleged survivor spoke to the press in 1913, 41 years after the salvage. But it was a fraud, and stories of sea monsters also emerged, like a giant squid that would have plucked off all the passengers one by one and taken away the lifeboat for good measure. This was a revival of the legend of the Kraken, this giant octopus or squid that would attack ships. But as far as we know, the Kraken is a mythical creature. Other hypotheses include a moment of group hysteria, maybe due to alcohol fumes. This is something that experts discarded on an open deck. And so, without a definitive explanation, the case was closed. It was still suspicious, and the captain of the Dei Gracia was only awarded a small share of the salvage, which reflected the ongoing suspicions against him at the hearings, even though they were not proven. The Mary Celeste was finally sent to Genoa, and then she was sold at a discount price because of her bad reputation. A partnership of New York businessmen bought it, and she continued her career for 11 more years, apparently an uneventful one, and it ended in 1884, 12 years after the salvage. The current owners at the time organized an insurance fraud. They filled the Mary Celeste with a worthless cargo that was misrepresented as valuable goods on the ship's manifest, and they insured the cargo for $30,000, a small fortune at the time, equivalent to about 1 million of today's dollars. Then the ship was voluntarily wrecked near the coast of Haiti. Unfortunately for the owners, the insurance company's investigation quickly exposed the attempted fraud, and nothing was ever paid. On the contrary, the conspirators were tried for their crime. The Mary Celeste was no more, and to this day, the mystery of the loss of her crew and her salvage remains unexplained. A dodecahedron is an object with 12 faces. And these Roman dodecahedrons are relatively small, about 1.5 to 4 inches in diameter. That is 4 to 10 centimeters. They are made of bronze and they are hollow. Each face has a hole in the middle, so 12 holes in total of varying sizes. And each corner of the object has a little protruding knob. Why are these objects mysterious? Because we don't know why they exist. They were not easy to make, with all these details and their regular shapes. But they don't seem to serve any function, practical or symbolic. The first ones were unearthed in the 18th century. And since then, more than 100 have been found, at least 130 that are in various museums and collections. They were found mostly in the north and the west of the Roman Empire, in Great Britain, France, Germany, the Benelux, Switzerland, Hungary. And they were dated to the later period of the Roman Empire, from the 2nd to the 4th centuries AD. They are often in rather good state, because the bronze they are made of is a copper alloy, and it resists well to the passing of time. But as soon as the first dodecahedrons were discovered, the question of why they existed was raised, and since then no solid, definitive answer could be found. There is no known mention of them in contemporary accounts, no picture left by the ancient Romans, and this suggests that they were not so important in Roman society. But this leaves us with very little clues. We only have a collection of hypotheses. So, what could have they been, these dodecahedrons? A first possibility is that they would have been used as knitting devices, more precisely spool knitting. Spool knitting is the use of a spool with different nails or pegs around the rim to produce a fabric shaped like a tube. So, in that hypothesis, the dodecahedrons would have been antique spools. And it looks technically possible with the knobs around the dodecahedrons and the holes in each face to possibly pass thread. Even though no one precisely knows how it would have been possible to knit with these objects, but why not? That's the first hypothesis, but there are various objections to it. Firstly, the earliest historical records that attest of spool knitting appeared way later, in the 16th century. And there is no signs at all that the Romans or anyone in antiquity used that kind of devices to knit. And secondly, it would be bizarre to make such tools in bronze if they were destined to knitting. Bronze was not super precious in ancient Rome, but like all metals, it was costly. Costlier than wood, and wood would have been an obvious choice to make a spool. It would have been solid and easier to work with, much cheaper, and also lighter to manipulate. So it doesn't sound like a very sound hypothesis. And that brings us to a second one. The dodecahedrons could have been weapons. For example, used as projectiles or as the head of a mace, connected to a handle or to a chain that was connected to a handle. Not a very credible hypothesis neither, according to experts, and it is quite obvious why. The dodecahedrons are hollow, and so they are rather light. They are also often too small to serve as the head of a mace, since they are often only 2 to 3 inches in diameter. So they would make very poor weapons, and that's not a good explanation. Another hypothesis of a different nature, the third one, is that they could have been religious artifacts, which would explain their apparent absence of practical use, but at the same time their relative complexity and an apparent aesthetical preoccupation in their making. This is a possibility. It is a bit strange that no record would mention them in the rituals of any cult. But strange doesn't mean impossible. We often have little information about the practices and precise beliefs of many antique cults within the Roman Empire. Recently I told you about the secretive cult of Mithra in ancient Rome, and we don't know that much about this cult beyond what the temples, the shrines looked like, or a few iconographic elements found in these shrines. What could bring credibility to the religious meaning, the religious function of the dodecahedrons is that they were found in previously Celtic provinces of the Roman Empire, in the UK, France, the Benelux, Germany, or Hungary. These regions had large Celtic populations at some point, even though they had later been replaced by Germanic peoples when the Romans arrived. But still, it could be a cult born in these Romanized Celtic societies, in Gaul or Roman Britain, which would explain why the dodecahedrons were all found in Western and Central Europe, and not in other parts of the empire, like the Middle East, Greece, Italy, Spain, or North Africa. So, if they were religious artifacts, maybe these dodecahedrons had a forgotten symbolic meaning to the followers of this cult, or these cults. Or maybe they could have been fortune-telling devices, even though this is purely speculative, and we have no idea how they would have been used to predict the future. But possibly, like big dice, they would have been thrown to see on which face they rested. So this religious or divinatory function is a possibility, but it is unproven. Yet another hypothesis, number 4, is that they would simply have been decorative objects, or parts of toys for children. It is hard to believe they were parts of toys, actually, because no known Roman toys used these shapes or would have used metal parts like these. And if they were toys, why the presence only in some regions of the empire? So probably not toys. But their use as decorative objects is possible. Still, that would be something surprising from Romans or from Romanized populations. surprising because the Romans did produce decorative objects. But these were objects that had a function first and foremost. Vases, lamps, plates, jewels, furniture. There are no examples of Roman objects that were made with the only purpose of serving as abstract decoration. An object that cannot be connected to a function, or that doesn't have at least a symbolic meaning. Actually, producing and mass-producing decorative objects that only exist for their aesthetical or decorative qualities and nothing else is a particularity of modern times. This is not something older cultures did, even when they produced a large amount of ornaments and decorations. These were not necessarily useful, but they were applied to useful objects that were decorated: furniture, clocks, lamps. Decorative objects did not exist by themselves like works of art, and it would be a stretch to imagine the Romans producing these dodecahedrons as conceptual works of art. This would sound very anachronical, and there would be no other known example across the Roman world. So, not toys, and the hypothesis of the dodecahedrons as decorative objects, with no other function than that of ornament, that sounds very unlikely. Now, hypothesis number 5. What if there were some kind of measuring devices? The holes of different sizes in the faces could have been used to insert a handle or a stick, and they would have been some sort of tool for surveyors. There again, not completely impossible, but it sounds complicated, because there is never any graduation or inscription on the dodecahedrons, which should have been the case if they were used to measure distances. In general, one element that goes against the idea that the dodecahedrons were objects of everyday life is that they were sometimes found with coins, and this suggests that they were considered as valuable objects. Not always, but several of them were found like this in coin hoards. So maybe they were precious or had something to do with coins. In the Roman Empire, metallic coins circulated abundantly, but when they were made of precious metals, there was always the risk that they would be clipped, or that one way or the other, part of the metal would have been taken away from the coin. So the holes in the different faces of the dodecahedron could have been used to quickly check the diameter of coins, and that would explain the different sizes of the holes. Even though, here again, that sounds like a stretch. Why have no inscription on any of the faces? Why make such a complicated object for a measuring function? Something that could have been achieved much more easily by putting different holes on a single sheet of metal, for example. So it doesn't really seem the dodecahedrons were made for this. Which brings us to our last possible function, a 7th hypothesis that I personally find more compelling than the others, even though it's not proven neither. These dodecahedrons could have been voluntarily complicated objects, designed to test the skills of blacksmiths. Roman urban society, in the period we are considering, the 2nd to 4th century AD. This urban society was structured by associations, guilds called collegia, collegium in the singular. These collegia, these societies, were not limited to professions. They worked like social clubs or religious collectives, whose members shared a common interest and worked together to pursue it. It could cover many aspects of urban life, including cult practices, political activities, or offices, professions. So, in a sufficiently large city, there would be many different collegia, including for people of the same profession, that found in these associations a place to socialize, to be with their peers, to collude in the fixation of prices, probably. These guilds were certainly not very consumer-friendly, but they would also offer a number of guarantees to their clients too. A professional member of a collegium had to respect certain standards of quality or expertise fixed by the collegium. So it is not impossible that in order to judge the capacity of craftsmen to reach a certain status within the collegium, they would be asked to produce a complicated object corresponding to certain specifications. And once the object had been made, it could be shown to clients, like a trophy, as a proof of the competence, the know-how, the skill of the craftsman. And that could be a good explanation here, because these dodecahedrons were not easy to make at all. They required the different pieces to be precisely assembled. All 12 faces had to have the exact same dimensions, otherwise the dodecahedron cannot be completed. And so the range of skills necessary to make one is impressive. It takes a capacity to melt, shape, and assemble metal parts that have to be precisely calibrated. And that would also explain different things. The apparent value of the object, because to the blacksmith who would have made them, it would have been a proof of accomplishment, of skills, including of social validation among their peers. Also the apparent absence of function and the useless complexity of these objects. This makes sense if the function of the object was not in its use, but in its making, as a tangible proof of someone's skills. So this is a possibility. The dodecahedrons would have been part of a standard portfolio of creations that blacksmiths in some regions of the Roman Empire, to the west and the north, had to master in order to reach a certain level in their respective collegia. Still, it is just a guess and not a fact. And to this day, no definitive proof of what the dodecahedrons really served for or meant has really emerged. Our second set of objects takes us to Scotland, where a majority of them were found. I'm going to tell you about the mysterious petrospheres, the carved stone balls. These balls are not exclusive to Scotland. Some were found in England and others in Ireland. But the majority were discovered in northeast Scotland. More than 400 are known, and a few more are occasionally unearthed. Obviously, this suggests that these balls once were rather abundant, probably in the thousands. When exactly? They have been dated to a relatively long period of time from the late Neolithic, that's more than 5,000 years ago, to at least the Bronze Age, which ended about 3,000 years ago. What do these balls look like? Most are round, but a few are oval, and their appearance varies from almost featureless, with the exception of a few knobs on their surface, often 6 per ball, but it can be less or sometimes way more. A few balls have dozens of knobs, and they were carved in different types of rock. Their sizes also vary, but the majority are about 7 centimeters in diameter, a bit less than 3 inches. So you can imagine something about the size of a tennis ball, even though a few ones are larger than that. Many are also decorated. They are carved, sometimes heavily, with lines forming circles, spirals, or patterns of straight lines. So they are different in sizes, in shape, with varying numbers of knobs, in appearance with their decorative features. They were dated from an extended period of time that lasted many centuries, and yet they clearly form a group. They all come from a precise region of the world, and this kind of Neolithic or Bronze Age carved stone balls were not found anywhere else in the world. And they present a mystery, like the Roman Dodecahedrons, even though they are several centuries older. Why do the stone balls exist? What were they made for? Here again, there are many possibilities that all bring us back to the late prehistoric and antique societies that carved these balls. Before the Roman conquest, the population of Britain, all the way north to Scotland, was Celtic. But the balls are older than that, older than the presence of the Celts. The first Celts arrived in Great Britain in the 2nd millennium BC, and more migrated to the island in the 1st millennium BC, during the Iron Age. Before them, Britain already had inhabitants, including the ones who left megalithic sites like Stonehenge, and not everything is known about them, but they left abundant archaeological remains. In particular, Britain was populated by a people belonging to the Bell Beaker culture. Beaker, or Bell Beaker, is the name given to a pre-Celtic culture that is known for their decorative patterns, especially on pottery. This is where the name came from. And the Bell Beaker folk lived in temperate regions of Europe, not just in Great Britain. And they were probably not alone, as Europe had been populated by small groups of prehistoric men for tens of thousands of years. A well-known trace of this late Neolithic human presence in Scotland is the site of Skara an elaborate stone village where people lived thousands of years ago. And actually, some of the carved stone balls were found at Skara. That's how ancient these stone balls are. But what about their reason to be? Were they made for practical reasons or something more symbolic or ceremonial? If it was for ceremonial use, we have several possibilities. One could be that they were like these sticks that give people the right to speak in discussions. Holding the ball would have given someone the right to be heard, and the ball would have passed from hand to hand. It would have fitted well in a hand with its size, which, as I said, was like a tennis ball. That sounds like a lot of effort to create an alternative to a talking stick. Any other object would have worked, but why not? Or maybe they could have been used for divination, like the Dodecahedrons we talked about before. They would have been rolled, and the message would have come from their positioning when they rested. Or maybe their function was something more down to earth. They could have been weapons, projectiles in particular. The knobs and the interspaces on each ball would have made it possible to tie them with leather and use them as bolas. Bolas are a type of throwing weapon made of weights that are placed at the end of cords. The weights made it possible to throw the bolas and capture animals because the cords of the bolas entangled their legs. This is possible. The size and weight of the balls are coherent with this use. But signs of ancient use of bolas were mostly found in America, not so much in Great Britain. And if they were used as weapons, why such a care in the ornamentation of the balls, when we have plenty of examples of other objects, other weapons and tools of the same period, and they were generally not decorated like that? Still, if we assume they were used as weights, it could have been for fishing, tied to nets, to make them sink as intended, or as weights for looms. Fishing nets and looms were common in the Bronze Age. But here again, it doesn't explain the care in the making of so many of these balls, when simple stones could have done the same job without effort. Fishing or looming were everyday activities, basic activities, that didn't justify fancy equipment. The decoration and the uniformity in size could suggest that the balls had a more prestigious or more important use than that. And yet another hypothesis is that they were part of a system of weight measurement. That would explain that they look calibrated, with many balls about the same size. But it doesn't really work neither, because the balls have similar sizes, but they are made of different stones, and their weights are very different. Maybe it was much simpler than that, and they were just part of a game, a balls game. Which would explain the need for balls of a similar size to make sets. Or, one last practical suggestion is that they could have been used as ball bearings for transporting big stones. Many of the balls were found in the proximity of Neolithic megalithic circles, big stones arranged in circles that are typical of the late Neolithic period in Western Europe, including in Scotland. These big stones had to be moved, and sometimes they came from rather far, like in the case of Stonehenge. We don't always know exactly how they were displaced from quarries that could be miles or tens of miles away. There are different possible methods that would have worked, like putting them on sledges, rolling them on logs, and why not, rolling them on these balls, possibly arranged in line inside a wooden hollow log that could have rolled. And with one or two more, maybe supported a big stone. This is not proven, but it is another possibility. At this point, though, none of these explanations dominates, and the carved stone balls keep all their mystery. Our next set of objects will take us to Central America, more precisely to Costa Rica. Almost a century ago, part of the jungle was being cleared for banana plantations, and at some point, large stones began to appear on the ground, invisible from above, because they were submerged by the vegetation. These stones were obviously not natural. They were almost perfectly spherical, some very polished, other rougher, and they were of varying sizes, from a few inches in diameter up to over 6 feet and more than 15 tons. These workers clearing the forest did not know it yet, but they had discovered remains of an ancient culture, remains created long before the Spanish conquest, that had spent centuries hidden under the jungle, waiting to be rediscovered. The spheres are made of different rocks, some basalt-like, and others of sedimentary rocks like limestone and sandstone. The spheres can be very heavy, and they appear to have been made from boulders that were hammered with other rocks to give them the spherical shape, and then polished with sand. A quarry for the spheres was found several miles, several kilometers away from the site of their discovery, and this was proven by the discovery of unfinished spheres in this quarrying site. In total, over 300 of these petrospheres are known. But who made them and why? The first question, who, has a rather precise answer. The spheres were attributed to an extinct culture, the Dikis culture. Even though Mesoamerican civilizations and peoples, like the Aztec, the Toltec, the Maya, are more famous, or to the south in South America, the Inca. All of South and Central America were populated at the time of the Spanish conquest, and they had been populated for thousands of years. Between Panama and Costa Rica, the dominant culture of the last centuries before the invasion was the Chiriqui culture, also known as the Veraguas culture, which is little known. It didn't leave large ruins or writings. But the quality of its crafts, and especially gold work, is noticeable. This culture went extinct in the 16th century, and it can be traced back to 700 AD, that is to say 800 years before the arrival of the Spanish. The Dikis, who made the spheres, were part of the Chiriqui culture. They were a local variant in Costa Rica. It is hard to know when the spheres were created, because the one method used to date stones traditionally is stratigraphy, the observations of layers of sedimentation. But when rock is taken to another location and the culture that made the artifacts disappears, you are left with very little information. So the spheres were dated using the information in their environment. Because the site where they were found contained at the same time a settlement with housing, probably permanent. It was a village or a town, and a cemetery with tombs, and also artificial mounds and remains of monumental architecture. Based on all this, the spheres were dated to 600 AD for the oldest ones, but the majority would have been carved and brought to the site after the year 1000, corresponding to medieval times in Europe. After the decline and disappearance of the last representatives of the Dikis culture, the sites where they had lived were completely forgotten and submerged, invaded by the jungle, as happened to Maya cities hundreds of miles to the north. So, without any information about the intentions of the Dikis, we are left to guess what these spheres meant to them, and why they really went out of their way to create and gather them. Clearly, with such a size, the spheres had no practical use. We can eliminate this possibility. And that means that they must have had a symbolic or aesthetical or religious meaning. One problem is that many spheres were moved shortly after the discovery of the site, so their exact positioning, as it was intended by their creators, remains speculative. This information was lost. But one possible explanation is that they tried to replicate on Earth, symbolically, in our world, our realm of existence, what they saw in the heavens above them. In various pre-Columbian cultures, from North to Central America, it has been hypothesized that this was a theme of inspiration. In previous stories, I told you about the cities of the Maya, or Chaco Canyon in New Mexico. These are just examples in which the builders could have been inspired by a drive to replicate in architecture and urbanism the otherworldly or ideal world they imagined or envisioned in the sky. In their conception, this could have helped install a form of harmony, a connection between different worlds. And so the spheres, in that case, could have been placed to represent the sky, constellations with stars of different sizes, or other celestial bodies, for example, various stages of the sun and the moon. The stages of the moon could have been replicated by burying more or less the spheres into the ground. On top of being a symbolic installation, the collection of spheres could also have marked the entrance of houses or various public buildings, possibly with their sizes saying something of the status of people who lived near them. Given that we don't know much about the way the Dickies society worked, it is all hypothetical. And because the spheres have this part of mystery, they have been attributed qualities that they don't have. For example, that they would be perfect in roundness. It is like for the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt, which some people say was perfectly adjusted to building standards that were not known to be accessible to humans at the time of its building. But in both cases, this is just not true. These are myths. The spheres of Costa Rica are well made and do look round, but many of them are imprecise. They are not perfectly round, and some of them, the largest ones, can lack several centimeters in diameter, up to 2 inches, confirming that they were made manually, with fairly basic tools to hammer and measure them. In any case, they have become a national symbol in Costa Rica and a source of inspiration for artists, especially sculptors. And now, let's return to Scotland for our last series of objects. These ones are not made of bronze or stone, but ivory, walrus ivory, the material that the tusks of walruses are made of. In 1831, on the Isle of Lewis, in the Outer Hebrides Islands, northwest of Scotland, a hoard was discovered that contained 94 objects, including 14 tablemen, which are pieces for table games like backgammon, and 78 chess pieces. One complete set of chess pieces contains twice 16 pieces, so that's 32 in total. And here there were 78, so belonging to different sets. It is still unclear whereas the hoard contained one or several complete sets, or if the pieces came from different sets and none was complete. Based on the different aspects of the pounds, it has been suggested that these pieces could belong to at least 5 different sets. Apart from pounds, of which there are 19, the majority of pieces are the powerful pieces. There are 8 kings, 8 queens, 16 bishops, 15 knights, and 13 rooks. This was an archaeological treasure, because every single of these pieces were ancient. But even at the time when these pieces were made, the sets they came from were already precious. The dating of these pieces, based on the ivory and the style of the figurines, indicate with a high probability that they are medieval at some point around the late 12th century, or a little bit later, and that they probably came from Norway. First, because carvings of a similar style were manufactured at the city of Trondheim at the time in Norway, but even more because of some of the pieces themselves. The rooks are not little castles or towers, as we are used to, but they are warriors, Scandinavian berserkers, and this way of representing rooks was typical of Scandinavia at the time. To understand it a bit better, we need to talk about the spread of the game of chess until it reached Europe. Chess became very popular across medieval Europe among the elite. But for Europe at the time, it was a new game. As you may know, chess was first developed in India, and at the time the pieces were represented a bit different. What would become the bishop was an elephant, and the rook was a chariot. In Persian, ruh means chariot. The game traveled westward from India to the Islamic world, where the Persian name rook for chariot was adopted. But instead of continuing with figurative pieces, artisans and players from the Islamic world made them evolve towards abstraction. For a part because it could look more serious, maybe, but also because figurative art depicting people or animals was very frowned upon or forbidden in Islam. So there are examples of chess sets, Arabic or Persian, with all the pieces turned to abstractions. They look like little domes, triangles, different shapes that helped identify the pieces. From the Islamic world, the game reached medieval Europe, and its appearance was transformed again, with most of the pieces returning to being figurative once more. The ex-elephant became a bishop to Christianize the game a little bit. Kings and queens and knights were represented as persons or animals again. And the rook, the chariot, became a tower. But not everywhere. For some time in Scandinavia, the rook was pictured as a warrior. In these particular sets of Lewis, a berserker, a warrior in a stage of trance, of fury. We know it because they are represented biting their shields, a detail that came straight from ancient Norse sagas, at least as they were told in the 12th century. Actually, the design of the Lewis chess pieces also reveals a lot of things. First, there is an uniformity of style. Even though they belonged to different sets, it appears that these pieces were crafted by one or several persons who worked together, following the same style. And second, the designs are not that serious. The eyes or the attitude of the pieces reveal a touch of comedy or a slightly cartoonish approach, which has crossed the centuries and that can still be understood today. So, with all these elements in mind, what could have been the story of these pieces begins to take shape. They most probably came from Norway, where they were crafted using walrus ivory, a relatively precious material. For more ordinary objects, including games, wood would have been the material of choice. So the material itself and the care put in their making tell us that these pieces were upscale objects or luxury objects. They could have been gathered by a collector or a merchant who would have crossed the North Sea and lost them, or who would have been stolen from near the coasts of Scotland. This is purely speculative, and the history of these pieces is unknown. We cannot even be sure that they stayed a long time in Lewes before they were discovered. Maybe they were hidden there only for a few years or decades before their discovery, and they traveled much more before. In any case, these pieces are an extraordinary door to the past. They exist because the game of chess was invented thousands of miles away in India. It traveled for centuries, changing aspect and reaching Scandinavia, where it was adapted to local culture. The iconography they reference also tells us of another chapter of human history. Berserkers were represented biting their shields, not as a comical idea, a detail added by the sculptor, but because in the Norse sagas that were about to be put in writing by Christianized authors, especially one from Iceland called Snorri Sturluson, berserkers were depicted as biting their shields. So this little detail alluded to centuries of Norse mythology and tales that by the end of the 12th century were fading away, falling into oblivion as the culture of Nordic countries was shifting. We know the pieces are no older than the late 12th century because of details in their design. For example, the ceremonial headdress of the bishops, the mitres, changed over time, and the ones depicted on these pieces are typical of the late 12th century or early 13th century. The Lewes chess pieces are not the oldest one we know of, but they are by far the most comprehensive set of ancient European pieces, because they may not form a single complete set. I told you earlier that this is uncertain how many sets there were in these hoards. But other pieces of medieval chess were found isolated or in very small sets, nothing as rich and coherent as the Lewes ones. And so, with their funny and well-crafted shapes, their unknown tribulations, they are a window to the history of medieval Europe and of the game of chess. They can be seen at the British Museum, where a majority of the pieces are kept, or at the National Museum of Scotland in Edinburgh. In the early 1960s, there was a rumor in the mountains of Sierra Morena, in the south of Spain, that a man lived with wolves in the wilderness. These mountains are not very high. They form like a hilly landscape, covered in vegetation, forests. They are scarcely populated by humans, and so for centuries they have been a refuge for wildlife, wild boars, wolves, red deers, eagles, They are also one of the last habitats of the Iberian lynx, an endangered species of wild cats. Sierra Morena has a strong legendary reputation in Spain. There are myths about bandits or a giant snake associated with it. This region in the 1960s was still very poor, and human presence was limited to a few villages and shepherds living with their animals, almost in isolation from society. So when rumors spread that a man had been sighted living with wolves, this was taken with a grain of salt. But sightings multiplied, to the point that the Guardia Civil, the civil guard that was in charge of law enforcement, searched for him and found him, or rather captured him, because the young man howled and tried to bite like a wolf. He had to be bound and gagged to be taken to a hospital. He was 19 and was soon identified as Marcos Rodriguez, the boy who had gone missing 11 years earlier. His father was found, and the story of his life began to emerge. His mother had died giving birth to one of his siblings when he was only 3 years old. His father remarried, and his new stepmother mistreated him. The family was very poor, and in the 1950s they settled in a village of Sierra Morena, where they dedicated themselves to the manufacture of coal with wood. When Marcos was 7, he was delivered, possibly sold, to get rid of him, to a local landowner who put him under the care of a goat shepherd. This shepherd lived in a cave, and the child was intended to become his replacement, which is why he was sent to live with him. For a few months, Marcos lived in nature with this shepherd. The two completely cut from society most of the time, until the shepherd died unexpectedly, leaving the boy alone in nature, aged 7 or 8. The rest we know only from what he would later tell. Having been mistreated his whole life, with no family to return to, Marcos stayed alone in nature and somehow survived, thanks to what he had learned and probably good adaptation skills. He found roots and wild fruits to eat. He had milk from the flock of goats, at least at the beginning, but recorded he was constantly hungry at the time. Until one day, still a young boy, maybe aged 8 or 9, he entered a cave where there were recently born wolf cubs, waiting for their mother to return. Either he was unaware of the danger, or desperate, but he stayed with them. And surprisingly, when the she-wolf came back with meat, she did not attack him. She growled a bit, sniffed him, but after feeding her youngs with the meat, she seemed to accept him and gave him a piece of raw meat to eat, which he did. From this moment on, he befriended these wolves and stayed with them. With their help, he managed to survive in nature, and years passed. Having no one to speak to, he stopped speaking and instead adopted animal means of communication. Not just with wolves. Over the years, he approached other animals, including domesticated ones, since there were flocks in the mountains. But he avoided human contact for 11 years and resumed it only by force when he was captured. He no longer spoke, rejected clothes, and ate everything with his hands, and so he had to be re-educated before he was reintroduced into society. First, he was put under the care of nuns and a priest, who taught him the use of speech, which he recovered, because more than anything he needed to remember. He dressed again, walked upright all the time, and was transferred to another hospital in Madrid. This readaptation was a success, or so it seemed, and finally he was released as an adult. We were now in the late 1960s, and Spain lived the last years of Franco's dictatorship. The economy was catching up with the rest of Europe, and cities were growing fast. Tourism was booming, and it provided jobs for people with little education. So he was sent to Mallorca, where he lived in a hotel that he paid with his work. On the surface, he looked like a man like any other, but psychologically, socially, emotionally, his re-entry into society was very hard. He was repelled by the noise, by the crowd, and the smell of cities, making him constantly uncomfortable. He was also taken advantage of, because he didn't understand many things, such as how money worked. He lacked cultural sense after so many years far away from society, and could not understand all these non-verbal means of communication between people. So he constantly felt like an outsider. He still did military service and worked for a few years in the hospitality industry, but was unstable. He moved to Malaga in the south of Spain and finally settled in Galicia in the northwest of the country, in a village where he found protection and some tranquility under the care of a retired police officer that he grew accustomed to and ended up considering family. Marcos is now 76, and his unique life experience has inspired a movie, Entre Lobos, Among Wolves. He often gets invited to talk about his experience, and his case has been studied. Like for all cases of young humans separated from society for a long time, it raises many questions. Questions about socialization, interspecies communication, what is innate and what is acquired or cultural in human behavior, the formation of personality, and the wiring of our brains in our early years, human adaptability too. It touches on many disciplines: biology, sociology, psychology, ethology, that is to say, the study of animal behavior. But like for all the different stories I will tell you tonight, these cases are all unique and are never a perfect experiment. Some humans have been able to survive away from society and been adopted or accepted by animals. But all the ones we know of and are documented are examples of children who had already acquired some knowledge and skills before they were separated from human society. It is extremely unlikely, and no such case is known, that a newborn could survive with the help of animals. They cannot feed or take care of a human baby. The acceptance of a human child or a young animal from another species by predators like wolves is rare, and ethologists agree that it can happen only in specific circumstances. First, the adult animal has to live alone, not in a pack. And second, it has to experience the phase of maternal or paternal instinct that happens shortly after the birth of its offspring. This instinct may be temporarily amplified if it recently lost its youngs, either because they died naturally or were preyed on by another predator. In these very particular conditions, a wolf or a bear may adopt a human. But in any other case, and especially if it is not in the maternal instinct phase, the human will be seen as a prey to feed on, or a threat to avoid. In Marco's case, the wolf that accepted him probably did so because she had cubs and was conditioned to protect and care for them. Seeing that he was not a threat, the care instinct extended to him. But he was lucky, because in any other circumstances he would have just been attacked, or at best pressed to leave them alone. His case is quite exceptional. There are cases of interspecies adoptions or sociability. If the conditions are right, a cat can adopt ducklings, or a lioness an antelope, or a wolf a human, but these are very rare. The fact that he survived for more than 10 years has been attributed by all experts who studied his life as a combination of previous experience of nature when he lived with the shepherd in a cave, and also an intelligence of nature that was well above average for a child. He understood how he could find ways to feed, find shelter in caves, or approach wild animals. And he also probably had a lot of luck. He was lucky to find himself among a litter of recently born wolves, rather than at any other time. He was also lucky to never break a bone or get an infection. Any of these could have been lethal. The odds of survival in the wilderness are so low for a child that there are few examples of true, documented, feral children. And as I told you, all the proven ones are with young children that had been socialized before. Under this general term of feral children, there is a variety of situations. For example, children with disabilities who were abandoned by their parents and found shortly after still alive. Looking at historical records, there were also plenty of hoaxes or old cases that may have a true base, but were then amplified, or maybe entirely invented and became legends. I will tell you about some of these. And finally, there are fictional characters like Tarzan or Mowgli from the Jungle Book that were inspired by legends or real cases and expressed the fascination for this what if that feral children represent. What if an isolated human grew among animals? What if a child was never socialized but still grew into adulthood? And now, let's resume tonight's story with another case, one that will take us to 18th century France and the extraordinary destiny of Marie-Angélique Leblanc, also known as the Wild Girl of Champagne. She is notable not only for the time she survived alone in the forest, more than 10 years, but also for her intellectual rebirth and adaptation after she returned to society. A French society of the 18th century she was not even born into. Because most of this story happened in France, but it began in America, in present-day Wisconsin. Marie-Angélique was a Native American girl from the Fox people, born around 1712, and in circumstances that are unknown. She became attached as a child to a French lady who lived in Canada, possibly as an adoptive daughter or a maid, we don't know. In 1720, as she was about 8 years old, this lady moved from Canada to France and brought her along. But the ship arrived in Marseille, in the south of France, where in 1720 a plague epidemic had recently burst. The whole region around, the region of Provence, was ravaged by this plague, and most probably her caretaker or adoptive mother died from it shortly after their arrival. The girl found herself alone, knowing absolutely no one, maybe not speaking the language, in a region plunged into chaos by the epidemic, and she escaped. We know nothing of her motivations. Maybe she was afraid of what would happen to her as an orphan, coming from another continent and culture, or she found the prospect of living in nature more attractive than staying with people. Maybe she had a couple of bad experiences with the people she met. But in any case, she chose, or was forced, to live on her own, in the forest. And a long period of 10 or 11 years began, during which she traveled a lot across France, always staying in forests and avoiding towns and villages. It was estimated that she walked thousands of miles during this period, which ended in 1731, when she was captured in Champagne, in the northeast of the kingdom. She never lived with wild animals, especially wolves that were still relatively abundant Instead, she resisted them. She constantly kept a wooden club and a kind of artisanal spear, a long stick with a sharp metal tip that she probably stole somewhere. It is believed she lived on roots that she found underground, wild berries, food that she occasionally stole, and possibly little animals that she hunted. When she was captured in Champagne, aged 18 to 20, her body was very hairy for a woman. Her nails looked like claws, and her skin had become darker. All different signs of adaptation to the dangers and the cold of the wilderness. She was showing some characteristics of regression. For example, she knelt down to drink, and she had regular sideways eye movements, which is the result of living for a long time in a state of permanent alertness. She would switch posture and not always stand upright. Sometimes she walked on all fours. But she had also kept very human characteristics, like using these weapons or tools that she kept with her. And she readjusted extremely well and fast to society. Maybe because she had never lived among a group of animals, so she did not imitate their behavior, or because she had traveled a lot and had remained aware that she was like these humans that she regularly saw when she approached hamlets and villages. Like for Marcos in Spain, she needed to remember speech rather than learn it from scratch. But on top of that, she also learned to read and write, something that was not that common in 1730. In the following years, she became a nun. This sounds a bit random, but it was rather normal at the time for a young woman with no family, husband, or fortune. A short account of her life, like a little pamphlet, was sold in order to provide a small income for her. It is unknown how things went when she was a nun, but she finally left the convent and was rescued financially by the Queen of France, who awarded her a sum of money or a pension, and she even died relatively wealthy in Paris in 1775, aged 63. We know she was wealthy thanks to the inventory of her possessions, her goods, made after her death. Her story was mostly forgotten, only remembered by experts in the period, until it was rediscovered and became a subject of scholarly books and biographies since the years 2000. Now, the period when her story happened, the 18th century, is important here. The 18th century is also called the Age of Enlightenment, for the intense activity of philosophers who questioned politics, the law, what the foundations of society were built on, the nature of man, and how humankind should organize. Debates were raging around questions like the nature of man, fundamentally good and corrupted by society, or bad and redeemed by education. Was life in contact with nature desirable, or should people manifest, express their humanity by living in man-made environments? Were men better off following traditions or experimenting with society? And many other lines of questioning that would shape political philosophy and its debates in the modern period. So, because it happened in the 1730s, and she lived until 1775, only a few years before the French Revolution, a case like Marie-Angélique's was looked at as a real-life experiment, made intellectually even more exciting by the fact that she came from America, and in the eye of some thinkers of the period, this could mean that she had not been corrupted by European society. It seemed she could fit into the archetype or the myth of the noble savage, a theoretical human being free from the influence of socialization. In reality, this is not really what the case of Marie-Angélique was about. She had been socialized. We don't know how many years she spent in her tribe, and then in the company of French colonists in Canada. But in both situations, she was inside a society. She had learned skills, she had developed behaviors and an understanding of the world before she started this wild life. So it is quite obvious that her story cannot be considered a clean experiment. It is more remarkable for its originality and the adaptation skills she showed during and also after these 10 years without human interactions. Even though it sounds very cruel and certainly unethical, in the 18th and 19th centuries, there was this temptation of experimenting on children to better understand the influence of socialization, how language appeared, what was innate and what was acquired. And this could be one of the possible explanations behind a historical mystery that appeared in Germany in the 19th century, when a boy who seemed to never have been socialized suddenly appeared. This is the story of Kaspar Hauser. In May 1828, a teenage boy appeared in the streets of Nuremberg, Germany. He seemed lost and unable to say anything else than the words, "I want to be a cavalryman as my father was." And he carried 2 letters. One was by an anonymous author, presenting himself as the boy's caretaker, in which he explained that the boy was born in 1812, so he would have been 16 in 1828, and that he had been instructed in reading, writing, and religion, but never allowed to leave the house where he was kept prisoner. The second letter was apparently from the boy's mother to his prior caretaker, the supposed author of the first letter. And this second letter stated that the boy's name was Kaspar. It confirmed that he was born in 1812 and added that his father was a deceased cavalryman from a brigade stationed in Nuremberg. That was all the information. And the boy, Kaspar, would not provide anything else. The 2 letters that were supposed to be from 2 different people, his caretaker and his mother, seemed to be written by the same hand. Because he couldn't provide any other references or an address, Kaspar was imprisoned as a vagabond, and it was assumed that he may well be a wild child from the forests. He was not treated as a criminal, though, and could receive visits or walk out of his cell, staying in Nuremberg Castle, where he had been jailed. Various curious people started to visit him, and during this period at the castle, he seemed to learn things very quickly. He showed an excellent memory and fed normally, even though he refused all food except bread and water. As apparently memories came back to him and his speech improved, he told one of his visitors about his past life. He said he had spent his life in solitary confinement in a dark cell with only a straw bed to sleep on. He claimed he found bread and water next to his bed when he woke up every day. And sometimes when he woke up, he saw that his hair and nails had been cut. The first human being he had ever met, he said, was a man who hid his face shortly before his release, who would have taught him to stand up and walk and write his name, after which he would have been released to Nuremberg. This tale aroused great curiosity and brought much more attention to Kaspar, even though it seemed a bit hard to believe. You cannot quickly learn to stand up and walk at 16 if you have never practiced. And it was also suspicious that he had picked up speech at 16 so quickly, if he had never spoken to anyone for most of his life. Early on, there were allegations that he was an impostor, and that the story was completely invented. After all, maybe he had written these 2 letters himself, the 2 letters he carried with him when he was found were supposedly from 2 different people, but they had the same handwriting. But still, it didn't mean that he was lying. Another hypothesis was that he had been the subject of a cruel experiment to see how a child would grow up without socialization and education. The idea that such an experiment could have happened at the time was not absurd, because this idea, or this questioning, had been around for decades, and maybe there was something of this in his childhood. But this is completely unproven, and given what we now know of cognitive development, neurobiology, or physical development of children, it seems impossible that he stayed confined for 15 or 16 years and could speak, walk, or even just communicate only a few weeks or months after release. Another rumor arose that he may well be of noble parentage, and he would have been kidnapped and kept in isolation for a sinister dynastic or inheritance plot. The theory that he was the hereditary Prince of Baden began to circulate months after his appearance in Nuremberg. The reason for the existence of this rumor may well have been just a coincidence. A child was born in September 1812 in the Baden family, only to die, officially, a few days later. This child, a boy, was the only direct male heir to the Grand Duchy of Baden. And because the law was that the Grand Duchy had to be passed to a man, the next in line became the Grand Duke's brother. So the child's death was obviously advantageous for his uncle, the brother of the Grand Duke. It made him successor to the throne. So, in summary, this 19th century conspiracy theory was that the rightful heir, maybe Kaspar, had been kidnapped and replaced with a dying infant looking about the same. This anonymous infant would have died, as expected, a few days later, making everyone in the line of succession gain one place, especially his uncle. On purely theoretical grounds, this theory could work, but there was never any proof. And would conspirators really be just wicked enough to steal a child, replace him with a dying one, and keep him secluded for 16 years, but not wicked enough to just poison the rightful heir or kill him? That sounds a bit hard to swallow. But still, the rumor persisted. And it only grew with alleged murder attempts that targeted Kaspar. Alleged because, weirdly enough, there was never any witness, and the conditions of these attacks were a bit suspicious. In 1829, a year after he had been found, Kaspar was found bleeding from a cut on the forehead in the cellar of the house where he lived as a guest. He claimed that a hooded man had attacked him, but a blood trail around the house showed that Kaspar had first fled to the first floor of the house where his bedroom was, and only then, instead of calling for help and trying to find his caretakers, he had gone to the cellar through a trapdoor. It almost looked as if he had self-inflicted this wound with a razor before taking it back to his room. And then he would have gone to the cellar without realizing that this blood trail would betray his moves after the wound. At this point, his caretakers did not want him anymore, and he was transferred to the home of another family, where relations also soured quickly. Another incident happened there, an alleged accidental shot that wounded him to the side of the head. But here again, he was alone when it happened, and people in the house quickly suspected that he had fired a bullet voluntarily to hide that this wound had another origin, possibly a quarrel he had gone into because he had been confronted for lying. This accusation of lying a lot and about anything was something that came back regularly in the different families that housed him, and it raised suspicions that he was an impostor indeed. And finally, in 1833, 3 years later, he came home with a deep wound in his breast. He claimed that a stranger had stabbed him in a garden. Many authors believe that this wound was also self-inflicted in a bid to revive public interest in his story, which was fading at the time. But he would have injured himself more deeply than planned, and 3 days later he died, aged 21. Supposedly aged 21, because after all the only indication of his birth in 1812 came from these letters he carried when he was found, and he may well have written them. Still, this murder attempt, if it was one, could be coherent with the theory that he was the rightful heir to a throne, from Baden or another one. And for the rest of the 19th century, this remained a historical mystery that fascinated in Germany and abroad. In 2002, DNA tests were made using what was thought to be his shirt stained with blood to compare the results with the DNA of a descendant from the ruling family of Baden in the 19th century. But the results were inconclusive. So Kaspar Hauser may or may not have been a wild child who grew up isolated. Maybe he was just an imposter looking for attention. But his real origin, his family, where he came from, all of this could never be traced. Speaking of alleged feral children, there are many along the centuries, and some of them were debunked in Europe, in Asia, or they are not substantiated enough. For example, in Lithuania, in the 17th century, there were 3 stories of 3 different boys allegedly raised by bears that became legendary. But archives strongly suggest that it probably never happened. There are different stories from the 20th century of children raised by dogs in Ukraine, in Russia, Chile, Romania. But rather than actual wild children, these appear to be more sad stories of children abandoned in the streets, or who escaped their family and survived in cities, in the company of stray dogs. Another case that raised suspicions, and is based only on the declarations of one person, is the story of Morena Chapman, a British woman born in South America. She claimed that as a child, she was taken from her village in Colombia. She would have been too young to know the name of the place, and then released alone in the forest. There, she would have spent the next several years following capuchin monkeys, which are small New World monkeys known for their intelligence, until she was rescued by hunters. The story does not end there. She would then have been sold to a brothel, lived on the streets, became a slave of a mafia family, before escaping, being sent to Bogota, and later to England as a nanny. This is how she would have arrived in Bradford, England, where she still lives today. She would have been born sometime in the 1950s. She made her story known through an autobiography that got published, but only after several publishers rejected the manuscript, because they thought it may well be inauthentic. There is no evidence that she is lying. It is just that the story sounds a little plausible, especially the part where she survived alone with monkeys in the jungle for years, and recovered perfectly normal cognitive abilities without any kind of treatment or re-education after this. Another dubious story, and this one was most probably a hoax, was that of Amala and Kamala in India in the 1920s. Two girls allegedly raised by a wolf family. The original story became known and promoted by a single source, a clergyman, who ran an orphanage in Midnapore, west of Calcutta. In 1926, he published an article saying that the two girls had been given to him by a man who lived in the jungle. Later, his story changed, and it became that he had rescued the girls himself from the wolf's den. Amala was about 8 years old, and Kamala 18 months, and everything indicates that they did exist. But it is believed that they were just disabled, and that their behavior was not the consequence of having lived with wolves. The clergyman claims that they had anomalies like sharp teeth or nocturnal vision with an intense blue glare emitted by their eyes at night. But the medical doctor of the orphanage denied this. This clergyman also allegedly wrote a diary to follow and describe how the two girls were adapting to life with humans. But it was later revealed that this journal had been written in the 1930s, years after they had died. So it could not be authentic, and there are several more discrepancies like that. But in the 1930s, when this case became public, it attracted a lot of attention internationally, and it is believed it was the real goal, to raise funds for the orphanage that was desperately in need of funding to keep existing. There are different other hoaxes of the same kind, but separated from them, there are also mythical, legendary wild children, and also fictional characters. It dates back from antiquity. The mythical founders of Rome were Romulus and Remus, two twins adopted and fed by a she-wolf. Actually, historians and ethnologists have noted that the narrative of young humans raised or adopted by wolves was a widespread archetype in ancient Indo-European cultures. This type of stories keeps coming back from Western Europe to India. And stories with that same starting point could be found in places very far apart. They may be grounded in true cases during prehistory. At the time of the Neolithic, wolf populations were widespread around the world, and wolves were very abundant. The different species of wolves were the main competitors to humans to dominate the land in many regions of the world. So this was based on life experience, and maybe more deeply, there was a particular appeal in stories that questioned what part of humanity was animal, natural, or cultural and based on civilization. This question keeps its appeal, and it is probably one of the reasons of the rise to fame of fictional characters, like Mowgli from the Jungle Book or Tarzan. Mowgli in The Jungle Book, which was published in 1894, is a feral child from India, raised by wolves, who participates in adventures involving many other animal characters, which obviously are depicted as animals, but they are human archetypes in an animal form. The author, Rudyard Kipling, was born in India, and much of his work was inspired by it. Mowgli was possibly inspired to Kipling by a true feral boy, Dina Sanichar. In 1867, this boy was discovered by a group of hunters in the state of Uttar Pradesh, living among wolves in a cave. These wolves probably accepted or tolerated him because he had met a she-wolf with newborns a few years earlier. He was placed at an orphanage, and when he arrived there, he allegedly did not stand up. He walked on all fours and ate only raw meat. He would also not speak and only make sounds similar to a wolf. He went on to live among humans for over 20 years, until he died from tuberculosis in 1895. But he always stayed seriously impaired. He never learned to speak, probably because he had been separated from humans at an early age, before he ever learned, contrary to other cases I told you about before. Another famous fictional character, this one created a bit more than a century ago, is Tarzan. Tarzan is the creation of an American author, Edgar Rice Burroughs. In his original story, Tarzan was the son of a British lord and lady who were abandoned on the coast of Africa by mutineers. His mother died when he was an infant, and his father was killed by the leader of the ape tribe that adopted Tarzan. So he became a feral child, but prospered in the jungle and lived many adventures that were published along the 20th century. To conclude this little overview, let's talk about another true case of feral child, one of the most famous, the story of Victor de l'Aveyron, a French feral child who lived 200 years ago and whose study and attempts at re-education helped to break new grounds in the care and education of mentally delayed people. Around 1794, a boy began to be sighted in the woods near a village in the south of France. He was not aggressive or threatening. He was alone, but his presence intrigued the villagers, and this situation lasted for a month, until 1797, 3 years later, when he was spotted by 3 hunters. He tried to run from them, but they were able to catch him when he tried to climb a tree, and they brought him to town. He didn't speak. His movements were chaotic. They seemed to lack coordination. And he was placed under the care of a widow. At her house, he refused to eat anything but raw vegetables, or vegetables he cooked himself. Villagers estimated his age to be around 10 to 12 years old. But no one could identify him. No one claimed him, and soon after he escaped and returned to the woods, where he was spotted again periodically in 1798 and 99. Finally, in 1800, he was captured again and sent to an orphanage. We were at the time of the French Revolution. Napoleon was quickly climbing the ladder that would make him emperor a few years later. And with the intellectual context I told you about before, the Enlightenment, the myth of the noble savage, this questioning about human nature and what there was to it independently from education, all of this meant that there was interest in the case of a boy that seemed to have grown up separated from society. He was seen as a curiosity, and there was no shortage of theories to explain his state and what he would be able to become with education or not. Eventually, he was placed under the care of Jean Itard, a young medical student who adopted him into his home and published reports on his progress. This is where he received his first name, Victor, because it was never known which name he received at birth, or even where he was born, and Aveyron is the region where he was found. His caretaker, Itard, believed that two things separated humans from animals: empathy, the capacity to feel or understand what another person is experiencing, and language. He wanted to civilize Victor, who still did not speak, by teaching him to speak and communicate human emotions. It had been believed at the beginning that he was deaf and mute, but no. He realized he could hear, but he used this sense of hearing only as a mean of self-preservation, to be warned of the approach of a threat or of the fall of a wild fruit. Part of his education was to make him understand that the sense of hearing could also be used for communication. But he never really got there. At an early stage, Victor showed signs of quick progress. He understood what was said to him, even though he did not speak at all, and he learned to read simple words. But soon the progress stopped, and he always stayed at a rudimentary level and never spoke. So this education had mixed results, but in the process, Itard developed methods and protocols that turned out to be new approaches to pedagogy and psychology. He is considered one of the founders of oral education of the deaf. Not that Victor was technically deaf, but he had to learn to speak without realizing that the sounds he produced would be heard by others as a mean of communication. Itard also helped establish the first behavioral therapies or education strategies for impaired children, and gave a place to special education, because until that point, the education of delayed or impaired children was not looked at with a different approach. There were no specific protocols or ways of teaching and stimulating them. The case of Victor also contributed to change the way people looked at the association between language and intellect. A widespread belief in the 18th century was that language and intellect were actually the same thing, that they always came together. So mute children were considered impaired. The different possible causes, the reasons why they didn't speak, were ignored, starting with deafness. And they often ended up neglected, unstimulated, and indeed mentally delayed because of the lack of care in their education. This had begun to change a few decades before Victor appeared. And Jean Itard knew very well the new theories and education methods from the second half of the 18th century that used intellectual stimulation and the teaching of sign language to help deaf and mute people to be part of society. He didn't try to teach him sign language, but always kept a patient and a soft approach to his education. After a few years, it appeared that Victor would not progress further. He could understand simple conversations. He had learned to dress and eat with cutlery, but he would never speak or write or be able to become completely autonomous. Ulterior authors have argued that other hypotheses could explain Victor's state. One was that the boy could have developed a mental or psychological disturbance at a young age, and this could also explain his abandonment. When he was found, there were many superficial scars on his body that were attributed to his life in the woods, and this is well possible. But another possibility is that he was victim of mistreatment and escaped or was abandoned because he was different and his parents did not know what to do with him. An element in favor of this theory is that he showed symptoms of mental troubles that were not present in other feral children, like grinding the teeth, a tendency to rock back and forth, and sometimes sudden spasmodic movements. Another hypothesis is autism. Accounts of his behavior could point to a degree of autism that would explain his difficulty to communicate and display or understand emotions, like the people around him. These symptoms could also explain possible abuse, and that he was treated like an animal in his earliest years, leading to irreversible damage to his development. The importance of these first years has been strongly reevaluated along the 20th century, and we now know that a child that has not been nurtured until at least the age of 5 or 6 will probably have problems in their intellectual and psychological development. The different cases I told you about tonight tend to illustrate this. Feral children who somewhat successfully returned to society and acquired or recovered abilities like speech and an understanding of nonverbal communication are the ones who started this life away from society after the age of 6 or 7. If by chance and despite the odds they survived, but were cut from humankind earlier than that, they remained severely impaired for the rest of their lives, with or without possible additional mental pathologies. Or at least, this is what all the known documented cases tend to suggest. The case of Victor inspired different novels and a film in the 1970s, The Wild Child. This fame probably comes from the fact that this particular case is very well documented by multiple witnesses and archives. But like all cases of feral children, it keeps a lot of mystery. We don't know where he came from, what his life alone in the woods was like, or in what mental world he lived after such a life experience. Victor died of pneumonia in 1828, aged approximately 30. Have you ever heard of Project Iceworm? This takes us to the year 1960. And Project Iceworm was an American project to install hundreds of nuclear missiles under the ice cap of northern Greenland. At this point, in 1960, the Cold War was raging between East and West, the communist world, led by the USSR, the Soviet Union, and the capitalist democracies, led by the USA. As you know, these two blocs emerged from the Second World War, even though they were temporary allies from 1941 to 1945 to defeat the fascist powers that had attacked them. The USA and the USSR were politically, economically, almost conceptually, completely at odds. And the Cold War was this period, this situation of armed peace between two sides, two opposing sides that each had the potential to annihilate their enemies with nuclear weapons, or even destroy the entire planet. When I say armed peace, this has to be taken with a grain of salt because there were proxy wars during this period, in Korea, in Vietnam, in Afghanistan. And this nuclear arsenal that built up in the 1950s and 60s was not limited to the USA and the USSR. They were joined by new nuclear countries like the UK, France, China. But 95% of the arsenal was always in the hands of the two military superpowers. The multiplication of nuclear weapons called for new doctrines. It was the first time in history that countries acquired the potential to completely eradicate their opponents, literally. A well-known phrase of the period was the balance of terror. The theory that maybe peace was very difficult, unlikely, between the two superpowers, but war was even less likely, or even impossible, because it would mean complete mutual destruction. And so it would have been in no one's interest to initiate it. No nuclear war happened, indeed, and no peace treaty to this unofficial war was ever signed. It is the collapse of the Soviet Union that ended the Cold War. But for this balance of terror, for this nuclear deterrence to work, a lot of complex weapon systems of doctrines and infrastructure were developed. In order to be credible as a nuclear power, your enemy must have no doubt that any attempt at striking first will lead to immediate retaliation. This means having intercontinental missiles that are constantly ready for launch, either from terrestrial sites, like underground silos or trucks, from submarines that can travel and cannot be tracked around the world, or bombers that can drop atomic bombs. Launches of nuclear weapons from the land or the sea require very precise and powerful missiles that are able to carry heavy warheads and that work on long ranges, even though East and West had frontiers, like in Europe, or parts that were almost in contact, like Alaska and Kamchatka. The economic and political centers were thousands of miles away from these frontiers. Moscow, Leningrad, Washington. These were the kinds of targets that each side needed to be able to strike in order to exert real deterrence. Strike with missiles that would resist the enemy's first strike and be available for retaliation. This is the main reason behind the concept of Project Iceworm. The north of Greenland is not that far from the north of Russia. You just have the North Pole between the two. So why not place missiles there that could reach many Soviet cities and bases close to the Arctic Circle in a short time, and large cities in less hours than missiles launched from US territory? This is what made the north of Greenland strategically attractive. The problem is that the conditions there are very inhospitable. But what if the thick ice cap that covered the north of Greenland was used as protection for these missiles by digging a giant base under the ice? That's the concept of Project Iceworm. Since 1951, the US Air Force had a base in Thule, north of Greenland, its northernmost base in the world. Greenland belongs to Denmark. This base already existed during World War II, but in 1949 Denmark joined NATO, the alliance of North American and West European countries, to contain the communist side. So the base became part of US military deployment overseas in cooperation with Western European countries. And early on, it became part of the US nuclear retaliation strategy. The base still exists. It is now called Pituffik Space Base. But in the 1950s it was small, and it is only in 1960 that the idea to develop tunnels inside the ice sheet, under the surface, gave birth to Project Iceworm. So what was it precisely? It consisted of hundreds of miles of tunnel dug under the ice, 2,500 miles or 4,000 kilometers in total, covering an area of more than 50,000 square miles. For comparison, 50,000 square miles, this is about the surface area of US states like Arkansas or New York, and 3 times the surface area of Denmark. Under the ice, in the tunnels, 600 nuclear missiles would be stored, invisible from the surface, each near a launcher buried dozens of feet under the surface, but that in a short time could be loaded, opened, and used to fire at the USSR on the other side of the North Pole. Ice is easy to dig, way easier than rock, and this presented advantages. New tunnels could be dug each year, and the missiles could be moved around this large area, making it almost impossible to neutralize the base's retaliation capability. As a material, ice is rarely perfectly still, as you know. It is a bit elastic, malleable. It moves very slowly, but it does move. Glaciers are an example of that. So, an underground base dug in ice may be unstable. And obviously this was known, but in deeper layers it was hoped that these movements would be minimal and would not disturb the subterranean base too much. Obviously, you couldn't just have missiles and launchers. This base would have to be manned permanently, with at least dozens, but more probably hundreds, of technicians and soldiers. They would need quarters, storage, power, food. All of this under the ice, and it implied large operations that could not be hidden easily. So a cover project called Camp Century was started with the agreement of Danish authorities. Camp Century was supposed to be a test facility, officially to test the feasibility of construction techniques above and under the ice. This justified that so much material, people and machines were being brought to this area that was very remote. This equipment even secretly included a nuclear reactor for power, the first ever mobile nuclear reactor. However, in the first years of building, a big problem appeared. Ice was moving much faster than anticipated. Galleries that were thought to last for decades only lasted a couple years before they collapsed due to the movement of ice. Ice in an ice cap seems to be perfectly still and hard on the surface. But in reality, ice has some elasticity, as we said. An ice cap is very heavy due to the quantity of ice, so under its own weight, an ice cap tends to move slowly, spreading outward from the center. And this made the walls of the tunnels deform, and eventually their ceilings would collapse. By mid-1962, the ceiling of the nuclear reactor that had been assembled under the ice had already dropped by several feet, and the reactor had to be shut down. American engineers working on the site were progressively realizing that the hundreds of miles of planned galleries were going to require a huge maintenance effort. This under-ice environment turned out to be way more difficult to work with and dangerous than initially thought. There was also no longer a power source for heating and electricity, which meant that huge quantities of liquid fuel would have to be brought to the site. And for these reasons, it appeared that Project Iceworm was not viable. It had failed. The camp was abandoned, and only the Thule base remained. But this was not made public at the time, and for decades Project Iceworm remained top secret. It was not in the US interest to communicate on it, all the more that the Danish government and the parliament were never officially informed that hundreds of missiles would be stored on their territory in Greenland. Danish officials were only officially informed and accepted this Camp Century test site, which was just a cover-up for the real operation. Maybe a few Danes actually knew. This is the kind of stories where you can never be sure that the official versions are perfectly trustworthy. But in any case, the parliament and the public opinion in Denmark were never informed, and it was only in the 1990s that Project Iceworm started to come to light, after an inquiry from the Parliament of Denmark and after documents were declassified. So there was a little scandal around it. But Project Iceworm itself was never really operational. It seems it was shelved by 1966, and as far as we know, no other project of base under the ice saw the light of day. I told you the missiles from Project Iceworm would have been launched from underground platforms that could be open to the surface just before launch. This type of design for missile launchers is not surprising at the time, because this period, the 1960s, was like the golden age of missile silos. Between 1961 and 1966, the USA built a total of about 1,000 missile silos for a single model of ballistic missile called the Minuteman. Many have been decommissioned since then, but some are still operational. In the 50s and 60s, nuclear powers, the US, Russia, the UK, France, developed three main ways of deploying their nuclear arsenal, be it for a theoretical first strike or for retaliation. There are land missiles, and the advantage of keeping them in silos is that they are protected from possible bombardment and also from the weather. So this type of facility has the advantage of offering a credible retaliation capability. The enemy knows that even though they bomb the area first, the payback is coming regardless, because the missiles were safe underground. A second method to deploy nuclear warheads is also on missiles, but launched from submarines, which have the advantage, obviously, of being able to travel and be discreet. And the third method is traditional bombers who can drop atomic bombs from a high altitude. Since the 1960s, the role of submarines has tended to increase. They are a very potent deterrent because you can relatively easily hide them from the enemy, and they can travel to any place in the world. Since the 1980s, nuclear arsenals have been reduced, especially by the US and Russia. This has also reduced the number of active missile silos. But just in the US, hundreds of these silos still exist, especially in parts of the country with low population density. Typically, the silos are placed near cities or towns that are not attractive targets for nuclear strikes. They are too small for that. This is why many silos were located in states like Colorado, North and South Dakota, Missouri, Montana, Wyoming. Many were also placed up north in northern states to reduce the flight trajectory to the USSR, because they would have traveled north over Canada and the North Pole. Since the 1950s, the US military adopted several intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs as they are called, several families of them. The first ones, Atlas and Titan missiles, were part of a broader program to make rockets too. Technologies for space rockets and ICBMs went hand in hand. These first missiles from the Atlas and Titan families had one problem that needed to be addressed. Their fuel was liquid, and it was complicated, dangerous even, to keep them ready for launch at any time, already fueled. There were always risks of accidents. And indeed, the Titan program had two notable accidents with missiles that were fueled and caught fire in their silos. In 1965 and 1980. Even though they carried a nuclear payload, there was no nuclear accident at the time. Atomic warheads do not explode easily. They have to be armed and detonated voluntarily. The main risk in such accidents is more the dissemination of radioactive material if the nuclear bomb is destroyed. So, in the 1960s, a new program was launched that progressively replaced Atlas and Titan missiles as the land leg of the US nuclear deterrence strategy. And this missile is called the Minuteman. Minutemen were members of revolutionary militias during the American War of Independence. They were called Minutemen because they had the reputation for being ready at a minute's notice. And that's why the name was used for these ballistic missiles. Minuteman missiles use solid fuel, and so they don't need to be fueled just before launch. They can remain ready for long periods of time, and safely so. Nowadays, the Minuteman III, we are at the third main iteration of the missile, is the sole vehicle for American land-based nuclear weapons. The other launch vehicles are steel submarines, nuclear-powered submarines, and planes, bombers. Hundreds of silos are still in operation and stand ready at any time to launch their missiles on predetermined targets. But others have also been decommissioned, and some of them have been sold to individuals to be turned into homes of a special kind. It seems you can buy a silo from a few $100,000. I suppose preppers, these people who get ready for a hypothetical doomsday or collapse of civilization, are potential clients for these. And these silos make good bunkers indeed, because a silo does not consist of just one big hole. There is a launch silo, of course, but it is always connected by corridors to underground rooms, quarters, a launch control center, rooms for storage and equipment. So it is an entire underground bunker. But many have also been abandoned and are now popular sites of urban exploration. And now, let's take a look on the other side of the Iron Curtain, on the Soviet side and talk about what the Soviets called a closed city, with an example called Ozyorsk, a place that received this name in 1994 but existed since 1947 under the code name of City 40. Ozyorsk was created from scratch, a new city, after the end of World War II, to become the birthplace, the cradle of the Soviet nuclear weapons program. As soon as World War II ended, it appeared that the new world that was coming out of this conflict would be dominated by two superpowers. But one, the USA, was in a much better shape. It had not suffered millions of casualties like the USSR, and the American territory had not been ravaged by war. The US also had a technological advance, starting with atomic weapons that had been developed by the Manhattan Project, and that the Soviet Union didn't have yet. So, immediately after the war, the USSR was in catch-up mode. It needed to rebuild itself, continue to develop better and better weaponry, as it had done during the war, and maybe even more important, to be a credible superpower, it needed to acquire its own nuclear weapons. All states have their secrets, but in communist dictatorships, state paranoia could reach a different level, and the USSR under Stalin illustrates this well. So instead of having official programs and facilities, everything that could be of strategic importance in the Soviet Union of the 40s and 50s was developed and confined to closed locations that were more or less secret depending on what they worked on. Most military research centers were called mailboxes. They did not appear on maps, and they would be built in the middle of nowhere or near small towns. And when larger facilities were needed, like to work on the nuclear program, entire cities that were only accessible to authorized personnel and their families were created. This was the case of City 40, which from the start had thousands of residents and received the critical purpose, the function of giving shapes to the Soviet nuclear weapons program by designing it and making the first bombs. In practice, the USSR had very capable physicists and engineers. Others were brought from Germany after the invasion at the end of World War II. But the Soviet nuclear program also owed a lot to spying and stealing technologies. The first Soviet nuclear bomb that detonated in 1949 was actually a copy of Fat Man, the first American bomb. But the mission had been accomplished for City 40. It had given the USSR its first nuclear weapon. When it was revealed in 1949 that the USSR now also had the bomb, the second nation to acquire it, public opinion in the West was really shaken, because this was not expected so soon. Experts and governments knew it was a possibility, but for average citizens, The Soviet bomb meant that the destruction of the world, in a war of mutual annihilation, was now a plausible scenario. The global nuclear scare really took off in the 1950s, when both sides now had the bomb and began to produce bigger and bigger ones as fast as they could, in a race that seemed to announce the worst. So, City 40, the future Ozyorsk, became the primary center in the Soviet Union for the production of military plutonium. Plutonium for atomic bombs needs to be produced by enrichment in reactors. It is not found in nature. And this function came with major disasters for City 40. The first one was a massive contamination between 1945 and 1957. Out of a lack of care, ignorance about the consequences, and haste to produce as much as possible, radioactive material was released constantly. Solid waste, contaminated water directly in a nearby river and lakes, gas. The whole range of radioactive waste was emitted for 12 years and was carried away by the river and winds. In total, it is estimated that the contamination was equivalent to 2 to 3 times the release of the Chernobyl disaster over a period of 12 years. And in 1957, a tank of high-level liquid nuclear waste exploded accidentally. A column of smoke saturated in radionuclides rose above City 40. And again, massive contamination of the environment took place. This was entirely covered up at the time, and in the following years, few people in Russia really knew the extent of the disaster until the 1980s. Ozyorsk is deep into Soviet territory, far from any frontier. And so, even though the contaminated area was vast, most of it stayed in the USSR. And Ozyorsk did not disappear with the Soviet Union. It still exists and has around 80,000 inhabitants nowadays. It is no longer a closed city, but its economy still relies primarily on a plant that reprocesses nuclear waste. It is one of the most, if not the most, radioactive populated area in the world. As the risk of a large-scale nuclear war seemed to rise, the question of how leaders and governments could keep working if the capital cities were targeted rose in the 1950s. And with this question, this problem, large underground bunkers appeared across the world. There are some for the leaders of all major countries at this point. For example, American presidents have several ones, including one at the White House. A Soviet example of that was Bunker 42 in Moscow, also sometimes nicknamed Stalin's bunker, even though it was not specifically built for him. Bunker 42 was built in 1951. It is a large underground complex that consists of several galleries, interconnected at a depth of 213 feet. That's 65 meters underground, at the same depth as the subway of Moscow, to which it is connected. And the subway itself was also designed to serve as an underground shelter for the population of Moscow. But this bunker would have been used to shelter high dignitaries and a command center of the Moscow air defense in the 1950s, if the city had been heavily bombed or attacked with nuclear weapons. Up to 600 people could live and work in this bunker, completely isolated from the outside world, with an air recycling system, diesel generators, several weeks of food and medicine. This attack never came, but the bunker was still busy at all time because it served as a communication center for the coordination of air defenses. So it was constantly busy, including at peacetime, and the staff was changed every 24 hours, so that technicians kept alert at all time. The facility was kept secret for the entire Cold War, despite the staff coming and going, using a secret entrance marked as an old building outside. But eventually it became obsolete and was decommissioned. In 2006, the bunker was sold to a private company that turned it into a Cold War museum. There are, or there were, many other such nuclear bunkers for country leaders around the world, as I said. Another example that was decommissioned is called the Detachment Hotel, also known as the Kennedy Bunker in Florida. It was constructed as a secret bunker in 1960 for President Kennedy, because the family had a home in Palm Beach. In case a nuclear war or a large conflict would have started when the president was in Palm Beach, it would have been possible to evacuate him in just 5 minutes, to find refuge in this facility. It was hidden near a Coast Guard building, but in reality the bunker was relatively small, 1,500 square feet or 140 square meters. It could house 30 people for a month, with several feet of dirt and lead plating above their heads. Lead is a good insulator against X-rays. The bunker was never used and was decommissioned. It could be visited from 1998 to 2017, but it is now closed. This facility was first and foremost an emergency bunker in case the president would have been in Florida at the wrong time. There were, and there still is, larger ones under Camp David or at the White House, and probably at other unknown locations nowadays. Another example of governmental bunker, but much larger, this one, is the now decommissioned Central Government War Headquarters for the British government in Corsham, a town in the south of England, west of London. Corsham gained importance during World War II as a delocalized administrative center and also a manufacturing center for the British Ministry of Defence, away from London that was more at risk of being targeted by bombings. For generations, this area had been exploited for bath stone, a type of beautiful limestone with like a honey coloring. It is what gives the city of Bath its particular color. This long exploitation of stone in underground quarries had left many unused tunnels, and these could be used to shelter command centers, research facilities, and factories. The site where the Cold War bunker would later be built was acquired at the beginning of World War II in 1940 to house an underground engine factory. And for the duration of the war and after, this site remained an important establishment of the Ministry of Defense. So much so that in the 1950s, it was chosen to house a secret underground facility where the entire British government could seek refuge in case of war, especially a nuclear war with Moscow. And this underground bunker was very sizable, over 1 kilometer in length, that's 0.6 miles, with miles and miles of passages. It could accommodate up to 4,000 people in complete isolation for up to 3 months. The equipment included hospitals, canteens, quarters, offices, with 22 different areas dedicated to different ministries or support functions. All this 120 feet underground. One particular area, the one with number 17, had special suites with higher standards of comfort, private bathrooms, for example. And it is believed that they would have served for the royal family, even though this was never confirmed. 120 feet underground is a reasonable depth, but it didn't save these headquarters from quickly becoming obsolete. The idea of regrouping the entire government in a single location sounds good for efficiency. To have all the government and military command in the same place. The problem is that it appeared also incredibly risky. In the 1950s, the development of these ICBMs, these ballistic missiles that could travel thousands of miles, with nuclear warheads that were now 100 times more powerful than the first ones, or even more. This called for a completely different doctrine. Instead of putting everyone in the government in the same place, it seemed much more reasonable to spread the risk, with leaders safeguarded in different locations, in order to ensure the continuity of the state, whatever happened. So, how the plans were made? In case of emergency, a change of doctrine took place, and these headquarters for the entire government became outdated only a few years after they had been commissioned. But a bunker can always serve, so the facility was maintained, kept operational, until the 1980s, after which it was still not decommissioned, but it became less and less relevant in contingency plans in case of a war. In 1989, part of the complex was sold to a private business to store wine bottles underground, and in the 1990s, the rest of the complex remained in standby until it was finally decommissioned in 2004. Yet another country that built large structures underground during the Cold War was China. Even though China was ideologically on the communist side, it doesn't mean it got along well with the Soviet Union. Quite the opposite, actually. In the 1960s and 70s, tensions between the two ran very high, and the decision to build underground defenses was a direct consequence of a serious risk of war with the USSR. In various regions of China, big works were started to anticipate on that, and I will tell you about two in particular. The underground city under Beijing and the Underground Project 131, a headquarters for the Chinese army located underground in the region of Hubei. The underground city, which actually still exists, is a complex, a network of tunnels wide enough to turn into rooms, that was dug under Beijing between 1969 and 1979 in anticipation of a war. A war that never came, but the goal was to have an underground shelter, officially for the entire population of Beijing, 6 million people at the time. A shelter with everything necessary to survive underground for a while. Restaurants, clinics, schools, factories, warehouses, even a farm to cultivate mushrooms. The exact size of it is uncertain. It covers an area of 33 square miles, that's 85 square meters, and it is not extremely deep, only 8 to 18 meters under the surface, that's 26 to 60 feet. But this is enough to protect from conventional bombings, or biological attacks, or even nuclear strikes if you are not just under the epicenter of the blast. The tunnels are believed to connect to various landmarks of Beijing, as well as government buildings and even military bases in the outskirts of Beijing. This city remains completely invisible from the surface, and it was accessible by dozens of entrances, generally disguised as shops. The underground city also became obsolete without having ever been used for its intended purpose, which is good news. But it was never completely closed and destroyed. So it remained and is still utilized by the locals. The tunnels are cool in summer and warm in winter, and so some of them have been refurbished as cheap hotels or transformed into underground shopping centers or even theaters. And the bulk of the network, which is close to the public, would still be checked and more or less maintained by local authorities, just in case it is transformed or finds a new function in the future. Another Chinese work of the same period, of a smaller size, is Underground Project 131, a system of tunnels that was dug to accommodate the command headquarters of the People's Liberation Army. That's the official name of the Chinese military. These command headquarters needed to be underground because the main threat for a war at the time was seen as coming from the USSR, and that would mean nuclear war. This project was executed in the late 1960s until the early 1970s, about at the same time as the Beijing underground city. And this project was also rather ambitious, a large network under a hill, able to accommodate more than 200 people for a year and a half without contact with the outside. And it would have included command rooms, communication centers, apartments for high dignitaries of the regime, including Mao Zedong and his second at the time, Lin Biao. The hill above and the depth of the complex made this bunker resistant to bomb attacks, to radiation and even big shock waves. It was also located far from any major urban industrial center, that is to say, not in a place that would be normally targeted. But after 1971, the project was terminated, probably in favor of another one that was never disclosed, and the network remained unfinished. It never served, never was even manned, as far as we know. In the 1980s, the tunnels were turned over to the civilian authorities, and they became a tourist attraction to visit. The Cold War left many other projects, bunkers, underground factories and labs, secret facilities, silos, all spread across the world, and these were just a few examples. There could be many that are still well-kept secrets, because they were not decommissioned and disclosed, but rather adapted, modernized, and they are still operational today. Our story begins in 1801, at a time when Louisiana and New Orleans were not yet part of the United States. New Orleans was a colonial city, a port of about 10,000 souls at the mouth of the Mississippi River, and a thriving port because it connected the Mississippi Basin with Atlantic trade. Many vessels, large and small, visited it to bring food, luxury goods, slaves, or building materials, and take out New World products, furs, dyes, sugar, or cotton, that they brought back to Europe. From the docks that were constantly teeming with life, with their sailors, their taverns, and their busy stores, to elegant neighborhoods where recently built mansions showed off the wealth of their owners, or even to the modest houses where a crowd of free laborers and slaves lived. The city was very diverse, and harbored a society that did not really have an equivalent in the Americas. Along the 18th century, the city had been French, then Spanish, then French again, but not for long, because in 1803, when Marie was 2, Louisiana was sold to the United States, and the society of New Orleans in the early 19th century, where she grew up, was a mix of European, African, and Native American populations. The high society of New Orleans was made of wealthy planters who had moved from French colonies like Haiti. There were also colonial administrators, often from the small French or Spanish nobility, and traders or bankers who had been attracted to this dynamic trade hub. There was a middle class of shop owners, lawyers, contractors or teachers, and thousands of workers on the docks or house employees like cooks, maids, or housekeepers, many of them slaves. Out of a census in 1805, about 2/5 of the population was white, 2/5 was black slaves, and 1/5 free black citizens. Individuals who had been emancipated, they had been granted or they had been able to buy back their liberty, and their descendants who were born free. Many had arrived along wealthy families of planters coming from Haiti, or they were the descendants of slaves born in New Orleans. We will come back to this, but a decade before the birth of Marie Laveau. Many French planters had fled Haiti and settled in New Orleans after the Haitian Revolution. The presence of so many free black and mixed-race people in colonial cities was not unseen, but it was particularly important in New Orleans, and even more when the city became part of the United States. In the southern states, where slavery was widespread, New Orleans could appear as almost a safe haven for black people, a place where in the first decades of the 19th century, black people who had been freed could go and live in communities of equals. In 1801, New Orleans had already gained many different cultural influences: French, Spanish, Creole, African from different regions of Africa. Different languages were spoken. It was mainly a city of immigrants. Even the appearance of the city reflected this variety of influences. The layout had been designed by French engineers, but the architecture was mostly colonial Spanish, as it still is in the French Quarter, the historical center. Religious beliefs included Roman Catholicism, the usual religion of the high classes, and also voodoo, a religion that mixed influences from Christianity and African religions. It could take different forms, and we will also come back to it later. But such was the original and exciting universe where Marie Laveau was born. A city with opportunities, rather wealthy and growing, but also a harsh world where social classes and races were segregated, where justice was not always a reality, and also a rather violent and dangerous world, in which you were at risk every day of being attacked, robbed, or worse. Marie was born somewhere in the middle of this social pyramid. Her parents were a white Frenchman, a politician, Charles Laveau, and her mother a free woman of color, with white, black, and Native American ancestry. This made her, by birth, a free woman of color. These categories of race and rights were strongly enforced across various colonial societies all around the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico. Mixed-race individuals were designated depending on their ancestry and their share of white and African blood. there were quadroons, meaning 1/4 African and 3/4 European, octoroons, which was 1/8 black, and even quintroons, 1/16 black. Of course, these categories reflected a social hierarchy, and depending on the colonies, they could have legal implications sometimes. But in the case of New Orleans, there was also a degree of mixing among the middle and working classes, as exemplified by Mary's parents. We know very little about her childhood, but it appears in records of her parish that in 1819, aged 18, she married a carpenter, a quadroon, so 1/4 black, called Jacques Paris, also a free man of color, who had fled the Haitian Revolution and moved to Louisiana. They had 2 daughters together, including one 2 years before the wedding and one after. This kind of thing, having children out of wedlock, would have been frowned upon more than 200 years ago. But in colonial societies or during the first decades of the United States as an independent country, it was also very common. It happened. In practice, norms were a bit more relaxed than they would become in the late 19th century or early 20th century. And we see it also in her following years. Her husband died early, in 1820, just 1 year after the wedding. And soon after, she entered a domestic partnership with another man, and they lived together until his death in 1855, like husband and wife, except they were not married. And together they had at least 7 children. This didn't stop her ascension inside her community and in New Orleans society, as we are going to see. So it shows that this was more or less tolerated, at least for a woman like her. Her new companion was a noble man of French descent, and from this we can guess 2 things. The first one is that she must have had a particular charm. She lived with someone who enjoyed a good social position and was probably relatively wealthy, whereas she was not rich by birth. Her first husband was a carpenter. And this new wealth and status probably helped her own career, because over the years she acquired a quite strong financial situation. During her lifetime, she herself owned at least 7 different slaves, indicating some economic power, and she developed a business of her own. She opened a beauty parlor, where she worked as a hairdresser for the wealthy families of New Orleans. She never became part of New Orleans high society. She could only be an outsider to it, due to her social origins that were too modest, and because she was a woman of color. And also she lived with a man and had plenty of children with him without being married. Each of these reasons, individually, were enough to keep her out of the high society. But it didn't mean she had no contacts. Visiting her hair salon, talking to her, gossiping in her presence, or turning to her for advice, were things that rich women would do. And it seems they did it because her personality, her charisma, and above all her practice of voodoo that she developed over the years, made her an attractive person to be in touch with. We will return to what voodoo is later. But at an undefined time, Marie Laveau also emerged as a dedicated practitioner of this religion, as well as a healer and an herbalist. She could provide you with remedies, advice, possibly potions, and also gris-gris, voodoo charms that were believed to protect or help wishes come true. Her knowledge of voodoo, her contacts all across the society in New Orleans, from the most humble neighborhoods to the inside of the fanciest mansions, her ambition, probably, this turned her into an original figure who could be at ease everywhere, gathered a lot of information, and who was at the same time respected and a bit feared. Someone with no official position, but that you wanted on your side, if not for the powers she would have had, at least for her influence. So people of all classes turned to her for all sorts of advice, for charms, called her to help birth. She also acted as a midwife, to perform rituals on their behalf, or just to make sure they were on good terms with her. This influence and reputation gave her the unofficial title of Queen of Voodoo in New Orleans. Voodoo was an informal cult. There was no clergy or officials. But as it happens, female leaders emerged in New Orleans and became figures of authority. There had been two other women before her, one called Samité Dédé, and then a second one, Marie Salopé. Marie Laveau became the third queen, and her informal but long rule, several decades during the 19th century, took place at a time when New Orleans was booming. When Marie was born, there would have been around 10,000 inhabitants. When she became adult and a widow in 1820, the figure had already tripled. By 1850, when she was already well established as the Queen of Voodoo, there were more than 100,000 inhabitants. And when she died, 200,000. From a somewhat prosperous colonial port, New Orleans had turned into the gateway to the American South. By 1860, it was the third largest port in the United States after Boston and New York, and the largest in the South, and also the second wealthiest city in America in terms of income per capita. This inflow of new inhabitants changed the culture, but it also multiplied practitioners or knowers of voodooism, demultiplying Marie's influence. It seems she embraced this change and kept her authority and popularity all the way to her death in 1881. Her fame grew all the time, not just as a practitioner of voodoo, as a healer or businesswoman, but also as a community leader. She was known to care for the sick, she visited prisoners, she performed rituals free of charge for those who could not afford her services. It is hard to know what she thought of this. Was it public relations to affirm her popularity, politics, or was it genuine care for others, or both at the same time? We don't exactly know because she left no writing and she did no public speeches to explain her goals. She was all about implicit influence, of the kind that doesn't need to be verbalized. But one thing is sure, any resident of New Orleans by the mid-19th century, rich or poor, powerful or not, had heard of her and knew who she was. There were, and there still are, plenty of stories, of rumors that credit her for her powers as a clairvoyant and her magical abilities. As I said before, it may help to be as well connected as she was and run a beauty parlor where she could listen to the gossips of the good society. This information might have helped her to sound clairvoyant. She certainly handled a lot of information, but the point is that people believed she had these powers and could do something for them. At least her ability to remain popular and influent for decades in a city that was fastly changing. This tells a lot about her charisma and aura of authority. There are testimonies telling how she moved around the streets of New Orleans, acting as if she owned the city. She was surrounded by rumors, for example, that she owned a white snake named Zombie, after an African god. That as a voodoo priestess, she called on African spirits and Catholic saints to intervene. That her charms and voodoo rituals could change destinies. None of this can be substantiated. But of course, true or false, she never did anything to dissipate the ambiguity that served her so well. And she was also probably a good politician, because she kept good relations with everyone, including the Catholic Church. Apart from voodoo, Roman Catholicism was the other religion that competed for the devotion of people in Louisiana. But the two were not necessarily antagonists. Voodoo incorporates a lot of Catholic elements, and being a voodoo practitioner did not imply a rejection of Catholicism. People still went to churches to be baptized, to get married, or more often to just attend Catholic masses. Marie Laveau also appeared as a good Catholic woman. She collaborated with the church for charities, so she was not rejected by the local church. This would have been unthinkable in Europe, for example, nearer from the Vatican. By the mid-19th century, the Roman Catholic Church was quite aggressively fighting against decent and political changes that threatened the old order, like the abolition of monarchies and the rise of liberal principles of democracy, individualism, or the questioning of traditions. So there would have been a crackdown on this kind of compromission with beliefs seen as heretic. But in the New World, with the distance, in a country that was more Protestant than Catholic, the Catholic Church had to be pragmatic. And so in New Orleans, it tolerated voodoo and did not reject its practitioners, even though there was a fundamental disagreement with it. So much so that when Marie died in 1881, news of her death was featured in several newspapers across the United States, because she was a well-known local figure. Articles in which she was depicted as a benevolent, pious figure who had done a lot for the poor. She had a Catholic funeral and was buried in a Catholic cemetery, at the traditional St. Louis cemetery, where all families of New Orleans including hers, owned crypts. She had been such an influential figure that her death was a big blow to Louisiana voodoo. There was no one to replace her as the obvious voodoo queen, and voodooism in Louisiana began to decline. She had been like a bridge between two ages, between a colonial past of the 18th century, in which New Orleans was much smaller, pre-industrial, where small communities of slaves of the first or second generations tried to survive, not just materially, but also spiritually and culturally, by preserving some of their ancestors' beliefs. This old age slowly disappeared during her life, giving way to a new age, especially after the American Civil War, one of technical progress in which slavery had been abolished. Steamboats, railroads, and factories had popped up. Most of society was no longer organized around plantations, and New Orleans was much larger, and people had turned more skeptical. Maybe there was no place for voodoo as it had been in this new world, or not as much as before. Or maybe she was one exceptional figure that could not be replaced. But in any case, Louisiana voodoo quickly became more marginal. It never disappeared and still has followers, but it went underground and no longer had the same importance and visibility that it had under Marie Laveau. So, after this quick portrait of Marie Laveau, there is an important question. What is voodoo, actually? The way this term, voodoo, is perceived today comes with two problems. The first one is that the same name, voodoo, is given to very different religions or sets of beliefs and practices in Africa and in America. In America, they developed inside the African diaspora, from Brazil or Colombia to the Caribbean and the south of the United States. These religions are loosely connected because they have these African roots mixed with Christian and native influences, which is why they are called syncretic religions. They incorporate different influences, but they are also different from one another because of the distances, the different local conditions, and also because African slaves who were deported to the other side of the Atlantic came from very different regions with their own cultures. The people from Senegal lived thousands of miles away from Nigeria or Angola. They had different languages, different traditions, mythologies, and beliefs. So the term voodoo is like an umbrella term. There are different types of voodoo. Candomblé, a Brazilian religion, is one of them, and so are Cuban, Dominican, Haitian or Louisiana voodoo, and there are more. A second thing is that voodoo, especially the Haitian and the Louisiana versions of it, has become known by the public mainly through popular culture, where it is generally shown, depicted, as a kind of black magic with spells, curses, possessions, gris-gris, these charms, or zombies. Zombies have become so well known as undead, reanimated corpses that we forget that the terms come from Haitian folklore, in which a zombie is a dead body reanimated through magic, including voodoo. So voodoo has been exploited in novels or movies in a way that makes it a bit sinister. A vision that is sensationalist and exotic. But this image is very far from the historical reality of it, or the intentions of practitioners as they appear in historical records, or their testimonies in the present. So let's go back in time and take a look at the origins of voodoo. The word voodoo and a big influence on American voodoo can be traced to an African religion called Vodun, V-O-D-U-N, that historically dominated in the kingdom of Dahomey in West Africa, regions that are in modern Benin, Togo, Ghana, and Nigeria. Vodun cosmology centers on spirits that govern everything in our world. Some are very powerful, major deities governing the forces of nature, but everything from individual trees, lakes or rocks or natural phenomena has its own spirit that can be worshipped or appealed to. In that sense, it is what anthropologists call an animistic religion, one that reflects the belief that objects, places, and creatures, or even concepts, all possess a distinct spiritual essence. This kind of conception has been observed all around the world, on every continent through history. You also find it in Native American or Asian belief systems, for example in Japanese Shinto, but there are many more. Traditionally, priestesses, women called Queen Mother, play a central role in this religion. A characteristic that crossed the Atlantic, and that the case of Marie Laveau illustrates. The Queen Mother is the first daughter of the previous queen, and she holds the right to lead ceremonies in Vodun. Their role is not just spiritual or ceremonial. They are also one of the most important members of their community. They lead other women. They organize and run markets, which is very important because marketplaces are where gatherings and socialization take place primarily. When West African Vodun was first put in contact with Catholicism through traders and soon missionaries, it appeared to many as compatible because the Roman Catholic doctrines included the intercession of saints or angels, a multiplicity of figures that gave access to the divine world. Of course, any Catholic theologian would argue that saints and angels are not spirits attached to material things, and that worshipping them is not appropriate. But for common people, there appeared to be a compatibility, a plasticity between their traditional religion and the message, the iconography, and the traditions of Catholicism. So instead of fully converting, they found space for both. This influenced religious practices in Africa, not just in the case of Vodun. Other religions like the Yoruba religion and its multiple orishas. I told you about them in a past story about African mythologies. They could also find ways of accommodating a Catholic influence, of combining different beliefs. But even more than in Africa, the combination of Vodun and other African religions with Catholicism found fertile ground in America, in enslaved communities. In every country or place where a large number of African slaves lived and were exposed to Catholicism with the intention to convert them, this syncretism happened. Brazil, Colombia, or Venezuela in South America, a lot of Caribbean islands, and later the American southern states, often coming from the Caribbean. Louisiana voodoo was strongly influenced by Haitian voodoo. So this is what loosely connects all these beliefs called voodoo. But each one developed independently, and they started to be called voodoo collectively in the 19th century, even though they had begun to develop at least 200 years before. To the people who followed these practices and beliefs, they were just their faith and their way of making sense of the world, of finding a spiritual life and turning to divine figures that could help them, comfort them in this life and after. So the largest of these syncretic religions that appeared in America includes several ones in Brazil, the most famous one being Candomblé, Santeria in Cuba, and Haitian voodoo in Haiti. These were places with a large number of African slaves, and as we said earlier, Louisiana voodoo was strongly influenced by Haiti. So let's talk about the rise of Haitian voodoo. Haiti is the western part of the island of Hispaniola, which was first colonized by the Spanish and after shared between France and Spain. The Spanish part became the Dominican Republic. Afro-Haitian communities appeared in the 16th century. But the colony that would become Haiti had an extraordinary development in the 17th and 18th centuries. It became like the jewel of French colonies in America, because it was a place where, more than in many other colonies, a large and prosperous plantation economy emerged. The colony produced and exported various crops, sugar, cotton, coffee, dyes, and large fortunes were made there. Behind this success, there was a human reality, which was a system based on slavery. A place where the bulk of the population was slaves of African descent, and a minority of planters, some large and very wealthy, others smaller, but a society of control, of punishment, of abuse, that could exist for such a long time only because it was financially profitable and closed enough, far enough, for the rest of the world to tolerate it or pretend not to see. There were actually several voices that arose in the 18th century to condemn what was happening in American colonies and what the cost of these exotic colonial goods really was. But apart from minimal regulations that were rarely enforced, not much was done to change it. It was just too profitable, and a large part of the European public did not really care for the fate of slaves. Until a revolution took place in Haiti, starting in 1791, when France was in its own revolution and unable to intervene in the West Indies. This Haitian revolution eventually led to the independence of the country after decades of conflicts. But even before the independence, a specifically Haitian culture had appeared. At its center was Haitian voodoo. The Africans in Haiti mainly came from West and Central Africa, including from the Yoruba and Fon peoples. The Fons followed the Vodun religion, and Haitian voodoo was the combination of Yoruba and Vodun faiths from Africa, with the Roman Catholic and also to a lesser extent the Freemason influence of French colonialists. The voodoo religion in Haiti is not organized with a formal hierarchy, but it comes with a complex belief system, a morality and ethics, elaborate rituals, a specific iconography, worship places. Its practitioners see it as a force for good, which is why it is probably unfair to see it reduced in the media to a kind of sorcery, using tropes like the control of dark spirits or voodoo dolls to control or inflict pain on people remotely. Just to stop for a second on voodoo dolls, these effigies into which pins would be inserted. These dolls are found in the magical traditions of many cultures around the world. They are present in African Vodun as charms or supports to get protection, but they are not particularly prominent in Haitian voodoo, and they are not even used at all in Louisiana voodoo. So their name, voodoo dolls, is not particularly deserved or justified. Haitian voodoo had a strong influence on Louisiana, because when the revolution started in Haiti, many planters fled the colony, taking some of their slaves with them, the ones they could, or the ones that preferred to stay with their masters. And there was also a number of free black people from Haiti who preferred to move to Louisiana in the decade of 1790 and 1800. Voodoo in New Orleans is not just a branch of Haitian voodoo, because there was already a large community of slaves in Louisiana, coming mainly from other regions of Africa. Bambara from the west, what is now Guinea, Burkina Faso and Mali, and Congo from Central Africa. There was also, of course, the local Roman Catholic presence, and Louisiana voodoo emerged between the 18th and 19th centuries as a syncretism of these different influences. It is hard to quickly define the content of Louisiana voodoo, its beliefs, deities, and rites, because it has evolved, and also there was never official texts or doctrines that presented it. There is also no undisputed figure of authority. It is completely decentralized, and it was also always rather secretive. It was always practiced outside the public eye. So we know Louisiana voodoo in the 19th century, at the time of Marie Laveau, mainly through a few testimonies or press articles. These historical records reveal the names of various deities or figures of worship, like Blanc d'Annie, the Grand Zombie, or Papa Leba. The names are in French Creole. Blanc d'Annie, also known as Monsieur d'Annie, was often depicted as a serpent and this deity was associated with discord and the defeat of enemies. It is unclear whether it was entirely separate from the Grand Zombie. The word zombie is derived from a Bantu word, Nzambi, which means god or spirit. The Grand Zombie could be translated as Great God or Great Spirit. Papa Leba was a doorkeeper as well as a trickster, and this deity was probably derived from the Yoruba religion. There were more, less common figures, like Monsieur Assonquer, associated with good fortune, or Monsieur Agoussou, the protector of love. To obtain the favors of these deities, you would pray to them and offer small gifts and animal sacrifices. Now I speak of them in the past, because even though Louisiana voodoo still exists, it is unclear whether these names still have worshippers. In the late 19th and early 20th century, the practice of Louisiana voodoo collapsed. It did not entirely disappear, but it became so marginal that there are barely any traces of it in records. We can assume small groups kept the traditions alive, but it is unknown how many, or if they were in contact between them. And a revival happened in the second half of the 20th century, but with characteristics that were borrowed from Haitian voodoo or Cuban Santeria. For example, the divinities, which are called Iwa in Haiti, began to be adopted in Louisiana voodoo. Some of them, such as Legba, could be apparented to old Louisiana voodoo gods, but there was apparently a break, and contemporary Louisiana voodoo is markedly different from what it was 200 or 150 years ago. What hasn't changed is the worship of Catholic saints as independent intercessors to the gods or the spirits of ancestors, or possibly associated with voodoo gods. Saint Peter or Saint Anthony of Padua would have been particularly popular in the 19th century. Another thing that is debated is whether voodoo is fully polytheistic as a religion. Conceptions differ, and they show that this distinction between polytheistic and monotheistic religions, that is to say, religions with several gods or only one unique god, is not always pertinent. In the Yoruba religion that influenced Louisiana voodoo, there is a multiplicity of orishas, of gods, or divine creatures, but there is also the conception that these are all different faces, different aspects of a single divine being who encompasses everything. There could have been the same belief in voodoo, and actually among modern practitioners of Louisiana voodoo, there is a discourse saying that all these different entities are a way of approaching, of coming into contact with a divine entity that would otherwise be too distant and impossible to comprehend. Another trait of Louisiana voodoo is the devotion to the spirits of the dead, of the ancestors. And here again, the African influence is visible. A large part of the black population in New Orleans descended from enslaved Congolese, and the traditional religions in Congo placed emphasis on honoring the spirits of the ancestors. But now let's take a look at the history of New Orleans in general, which was particularly agitated in the 18th and 19th centuries. And this shaped its identity. The city was founded in the spring of 1718 as the main port of the colony of Louisiana by the French Mississippi Company. For 30 years, the French had had the project of founding a colony at the mouth of the Mississippi. And like other European countries at the time, this was done through a corporation. These companies received royal approval and exclusive trading rights on a region of the world for a given period of time. And it was their responsibility to gather funds, invest in international trade and the production of colonial goods, and generate profits for their shareholders. It is another story, but the Mississippi Company became the Company of the Indies 1 year after the creation of New Orleans, and it became the object of intense speculation on the stock market, and then a spectacular financial collapse. This was one of the earliest examples of a stock market bubble and burst. But it didn't stop New Orleans from growing, slowly and painfully at the start, because the colony of Louisiana in general faced struggles with numerous Native American tribes. The city had been installed on land inhabited by the Chitimacha. North of it lived the Natchez, and of course they had not been asked if they agreed to see these foreigners take their ancestral lands. Several conflicts erupted in the 1720s and 1730s, leading to full-blown colonial wars. Another threat was the expansionism of the British 13 colonies to the east. Until the 7 Years' War, there was no open conflict, but each side formed alliances with native tribes. And the tribes played on this rivalry to launch raids east or west of the Appalachian Mountains. Several times, New Orleans was the place where residents of Louisiana had to take refuge. But despite these conflicts, the port still grew to a few thousand people and became well inserted into the Atlantic trade. It was a place to sell furs that trappers collected around the Mississippi, to export the production of Louisiana plantations and bring in European products, and more than anything, bring the slave workforce that was needed to make the plantation economy work. Of this first French period, that lasted for 45 years, New Orleans kept part of its layout, including the French Quarter, and various institutions, like a convent of the Ursuline Sisters, that founded an academy, and many schools in New Orleans can trace their lineage from this Ursuline Academy. But this period ended after the 7 Years' War. France had lost, and it costed Canada and Louisiana. Canada became British, but not Louisiana. It was ceded to Spain as compensation. And so began 40 years of a Spanish period. A period when a few Spanish colonists arrived, but many more Cajuns relocating from other lost French colonies of North America. The blend of cultures continued to form: French, Spanish, Native American, and African, because the black population grew all along the 18th century with the arrival of slave ships and their descendants. With the passing of generations and the emancipation of former slaves, society became more complex and appeared a significant community of free black people. Most old buildings from the 18th century in New Orleans are from this Spanish period, which is why if you look at the appearance of the French Quarter, you will see similarities with other Spanish colonial cities like Havana in Cuba. Finally, at the end of the century, the French Revolution had big repercussions on New Orleans, indirectly and even though it was Spanish at the time. First, because it made the Haitian Revolution easier, and with it arrived another group of French planters and traders escaping Haiti. And then, because after the fall of several revolutionary governments in France, arose Napoleon, and he imposed to Spain the return of Louisiana under French control, just to sell it to the United States 2 years later. In the 1800s, the now American city grew very fast, faster than ever. Due to the arrival of ever more French Creoles and African slaves, later in the century they were followed by Irish, Italian, German, and Poles. Relative to other cities in the United States, New Orleans reached its peak by the middle of the 19th century. At the time, its position at the mouth of the Mississippi, when plantation economy was booming in the south of the United States, migrants kept arriving and advanced to the west or stayed. Its attractiveness for black people in the south, if they could become free, because there was a large and already old community of free people of color in New Orleans, all of this brought fast growth and prosperity to the city. By 1840, New Orleans was said to be one of the wealthiest large cities in America. This is hard to verify, but it was in any case the third most populous after New York City and Baltimore, and the third largest port after New York and Boston. This world changed dramatically during and after the American Civil War. The city was occupied by the Union Navy, and the Civil War confirmed a shift in the city's culture that the French-speaking Creole elite had been fearing for a long time. With the arrival of immigrants from Europe, the French language had been declining from the majority of the population until 1830 to a fourth of it at the turn of the century. English was increasingly becoming dominant in business and politics, and this was reinforced by the abolition of French language instruction in city schools during the Reconstruction period, or the progressive disappearance of newspapers in French. Even though it kept its old architecture, some of its traditions, and its history, the second half of the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century is when New Orleans became much more similar to other American cities. And it was also a time of relative decline, economically and demographically. The city kept gaining inhabitants, but other cities grew much faster across America, and New Orleans never became the kind of industrial center that permitted explosive growth in that period, like for example in Chicago or New York City. The growth of railways and later highways made the location of New Orleans on the Mississippi less relevant. Even in the South, It was progressively overtaken by Houston, Dallas, or Atlanta. Despite the abolition of slavery, Louisiana and New Orleans went through the same racial tensions and segregation laws that marked US history in the late 19th and 20th centuries. It became an important center of the civil rights movement in the 1960s, with its still very large black community. Another aspect of New Orleans culture that appeared in the black communities is its contribution to music, and especially jazz music. The music in New Orleans had a profound effect on the creation of early jazz. Why and why in New Orleans? A tradition appeared before the Civil War of gatherings where people would play drums and try different instruments, including European instruments mixed with percussions. For a long time, New Orleans was the only city in North America where slaves were allowed to gather in public and play music together. They did it in particular in a place called Congo Square. Types and genres of music that also appeared in the south of the United States, like blues and ragtime, were well represented and influential in New Orleans. Not in places of academic culture, but in the streets, in ordinary people's everyday life. There were black marching bands and dance bands in the late 19th century that used characteristic rhythms and melodies of African and Creole origin, played on European instruments, including brass and string instruments like the cello or drums. So there was a local scene for this music. And some bands began touring in the south, outside of Louisiana. The existence of an audience, the possibility to live from music, the emulation between multiple bands, and the influences of blues and ragtime, all of this gave birth to a distinct musical style that would soon be known as jazz, sometime between the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. A music characterized by swing and blue notes. Swung notes refer to a technique that involves alternately lengthening and shortening the first and second consecutive notes in a beat. This is what gives jazz its particular rhythm that is immediately recognizable. Blue notes that are characteristic of jazz and blues are notes that are played or sung at a slightly different pitch from standard. You know that the distance between notes, one tone, is standard, and we are used to this distance. Playing notes in between, a semitone, is something very common in classical music. But a blue note is floating somewhere between a quarter tone and a semitone, which makes it titillating, subtle. And jazz or blues use these blue notes all the time, which give them freedom and expressiveness. There are other characteristics of jazz, including its complex chords, but they vary a lot because this genre exploded in the 1920s and it spread around the world, where it drew on local musical cultures. However, New Orleans is the cradle of jazz, because this is where the invention of this form of musical expression took place. And many of the most brilliant jazz players and singers are from New Orleans, including, for example, Louis Armstrong. Today, the metropolitan area of New Orleans has 1.2 million inhabitants, it is still a relevant city. It faces challenges, economic and social or natural, including its exposure to hurricanes and floods, and sometimes they can be tragic, as with Katrina in 2005, when the system of flood walls that was supposed to protect the city failed. But nothing could take away the charm and the original identity that New Orleans has acquired over more than 300 years of existence. We have now reached the end of our little tour for tonight. You can now let go and fall asleep, and I'll be back soon with another story. Sleep well, sweet dreams, au revoir.